it as a matter of maybe showing sort of some deference or respect for the courts. I don't know, or maybe just because, the optics might be better. That might be something they're considering. But on the legal ground, they're certainly on firm footing. The district court judge, even if it was a mistake to deport somebody, they can't order them to go into a country and bring somebody back. So I think they're going to win that issue. But I think what's really important with that issue is the way it's being framed in the media, and I'm not saying you, but just very generally, is this person is referred to as a Maryland father and all of these things, almost suggesting he was a citizen or something like that. He was somebody the immigration judge ordered removable. They just said he can't go to El Salvador because it would be dangerous. And typically when people are not allowed to don't go back to El Salvador because of the danger, part of the reason is because they were in a gang and they could be, that would cause them to be in danger. So this is somebody that they had information was an MS-13 gang member, which, as you know, this is a very dangerous gang comparable to Tendre Aragua that has been, guilty of some of the most horrific killings in the United States. So this is somebody that was determined to be a gang member and was deportable. He was only withheld from one particular country.
There have been more than 113,000 arrests in the Trump immigration crackdown and about 100,000 deportations. You were acting ICE director several years ago. How in these raids does the government keep away and avoid sweeping up people who shouldn't be swept up? What is the process? Because there's been a lot of consternation about other people on those flights and whether or not they should have been deported.
I think what they're typically doing when they're doing a raid or going out to make arrests, they're going to be targeted that they know certain people are illegal, and typically what they're doing is focusing on the most serious criminals and deporting them. I think that the way that other people may get, I don't want to say caught up in it, but they may, when they're targeting an individual that is either a gang member or criminal, there may be other people that are also here illegally with them, and they will also deport them as well. But I think part of their job and what they are going to be very careful to ensure that people that are being arrested and deported are people that don't have a legal right to be here, but they will also have process along the way. But I think there's going to be lots and lots of claims, mostly from sort of left-wing activists, Democratic politicians, suggesting people were wrongfully deported or other things like that, because that's part of the Democratic narrative that they want. They have to promote that narrative because their goal is to keep as many illegal aliens in the country as possible. As we saw under the Biden administration, they were literally importing and encouraging people to come here illegally under the implicit promise that they would get every benefit that American citizens get and that they would never be deported. And that was essentially the Biden administration's policy.
Now, during the Biden administration, they had this app called CBP-1, and the goal of this was to try to get people not to sneak across the border, but if they just went on this app, they could apply, and there were more than 900,000 migrants allowed in. They were given a 2-year grant of parole. They could work in the U.S. lawfully. They could start the asylum process. Well, the Trump administration's canceled that, and now they're saying that that parole's terminated. You have to leave the U.S. or the federal government is going to find you. You like that move?
I do like that move because this whole CBP-1 Act was designed, again, to get the Biden administration to get as many illegal aliens in the country as possible. And it was really an amnesty app, and also to hide the fact that there were so many people coming across the border. If they could have people come through in a way that doesn't look as chaotic, they could hide the fact that they're bringing in so many people. So these are people that came in, on the app, I'm sure, claiming credible fear or things like that because they're told those are what they have to claim to come in here. But if they have no business being here, if they're simply people that came here to improve their economic status, but they're not providing, overall illegal aliens cost the American taxpayers billions, 100+ billion a year. I think the last time I saw a number, it's 150 billion a year. So the American taxpayers can't afford it to begin with, and they're taking resources from schools, hospitals, everything else. So I think it is good. They can turn around and go back. And I think what the Trump administration is doing, which I think is very smart by changing these policies, it's not just the people that are directly directly affected by that, but it's sending the message to people that want to come here illegally. Those days are over. Also, the other part of the message that's quite important is if you're here illegally, you better be on your very best behavior, because if you're locked up for something, if you want to join a gang or anything else, you're gone, and this administration is not going to keep you here. So I think it's a good idea.
Now, among those 900,000, some have already filed for asylum. Others who came here went through the asylum process. Where are they now? They don't get removed, right? They still have to go through the process?
Yeah, I think people that are in the asylum process are going to probably stay until those asylum claims are adjudicated. However, I do think some of these people are going to withdraw asylum claims, knowing that a lot of people, as you know and your listeners know, were falsely claiming asylum, because asylum, what's important to know, is just for people fleeing persecution and torture for things like political reasons or other, racial reasons, religious reasons. Asylum is not something just simply for people that are trying to improve their economic situation. And that's what the Biden administration, one of the sort of the big false narratives they pushed. On one hand, they acknowledged they would call it the root causes of migration were because of, they would say climate change, economic opportunity, corruption. So they acknowledged these people were coming for reasons other than valid asylum reasons, but yet they would all claim asylum.
Now, the CBP Home app is the new one under the Trump administration, and that's one where they're urging people here illegally to self-deport. Just use an app and get yourself out of the country. And the Trump administration, there's a report that it wants to fine migrants who are under deportation orders like $1,000 a day if they fail to leave, and they could seize their property. Do you think these things are going to work?
They won't work with everybody, but I think they will, by and large, be effective. And again, sort of going back to my last point, the message of deterrence is so strong that certainly people that will stay until they eventually get arrested. But I think a number of people will say, hey, this is worth it for us to deport, possibly reserve the opportunity in the future to come back under legal processes. And I think that may create an incentive for people to do so. But again, there are going to be people that don't, and this administration, or probably even future administrations, because this will take some time, will have to find ways to deal with those people.
Jonathan Fahey, former acting director of ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the first Trump administration, former federal prosecutor, partner at the Holtzman Vogel law firm. Good to have you back on. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane.
Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, see Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of Cherry Hill is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of Cherry Hill has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. I'm Chris DeMayo, and this is the Fox News Rundown. A championship college football team celebrates with President Trump today. Fox's Jared Halpern has more.
North Dakota State University's championship football team will be greeted by President Trump today. The Bison won the NCAA Division I FCS title. It is the school's 10th national championship. Championship teams regularly are invited to the White House. North Dakota State is the second title winner this week. On Monday, the LA Dodgers attended a ceremony here recognizing their World Series win. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The Internal Revenue Service's acting commissioner is resigning over a deal to share immigrants' tax data with Immigration and Customs Enforcement for the purpose of identifying and deporting people in the U.S. Two people familiar with Melanie Krause's decision confirmed the intended resignation to the Associated Press. That's the Fox News Rundown. I'm Chris DeMayo, Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The wild ride continued on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow up significantly earlier in the day. It closed down, though, 320, marking the first time in history it saw 2,000-point swings on back-to-back days. The S&P 500 down 79, now down 19% from its record high in February and closing below 5,000 for the first time in nearly a year. The Nasdaq was down 335. Of course, the big reason, tariff concerns and the implementation at midnight of 104% tariffs on China. By the way, Apple no longer the world's most valuable company. Microsoft is. Shares of Apple down 5% Tuesday, down 23% since the tariff announcements last week. President Trump says more than 70 countries want to make a tariff deal, and the U.S. is collecting $2 billion a day. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Ureski, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Donald Trump is serious about using tariffs to bring money back to the U.S., whether it's cars or clothes or anything a country wants U.S. residents to buy. The president promises if you put a tariff on the U.S., we'll impose our own tariffs right back. That includes the foods we eat in this country. Those of us of a certain age remember an old ad campaign that used to say, beef, it's what's for dinner. For some countries, that's true. Our closest neighbors, Mexico and Canada, along with China, Japan, and South Korea, get the lion's share of U.S. beef exports. But there are some nations that we can't get to take a dime's worth of U.S. beef, while we are heavy connoisseurs of what they produce. President Trump made mention of one such country as he announced sweeping tariffs at the White House. So when President Trump said that beef from other nations would be something that has the potential to have tariffs placed on them, that resonated with farmers and ranchers who want the beef from their herds to be eaten across the world.
Well, I was happy that the president acknowledged the beef industry and all the struggles that we'd had over many years trying to penetrate some of the markets that have just been very protective and unwilling to accept our beef.
Alan Adams is a fifth-generation cattle farmer from Illinois.
It's always been a struggle, and over the years, our organization, and I'm a member of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, has advocated for these positions for many, many years. All of my working career has been a struggle, and typically it's been approached by individual negotiations with individual countries over the past. And it's been difficult because these countries are very reluctant to allow us in. American beef is really kind of a product that I think their local farmers fear, because from a taste standpoint and probably from a cost standpoint, we would be hard to compete with. And so they've been very protective of their local beef industry. But in our case, we accept beef for many of these countries as long as they meet United States health standards. And so our request over the years, many years, has just been to try to get in and sell that our beef in their countries, because we believe their consumers, would be interested in purchasing from us. And so that's really how it's worked out for many years.
So with these tariffs, is that expected to really give a boost to the beef industry here in this country as far as making it more popular, getting it more places? How is that going to work?
Yeah, okay, so the potential is that if they're successful, when American beef is put in front of consumers, they really enjoy the taste and will selectively choose American beef. Keep in mind, not many countries have some of our production advantages, and so we're able to produce a really premium product at a very modest cost relative to other producers. And so our grain-fed beef is really highly prized in countries where it's allowed in.
When it comes to this kind of opportunity with the tariffs that the president wants to put on other countries importing their beef, does that make the U.S. beef industry more resilient as far as being able to get our product out beyond our borders? Is resiliency something that we can say about the U.S. beef industry?
Well, I'm not sure how the tariffs would change that, but our industry certainly has tremendous resiliency, and keep in mind it's a very competitive business, and so it's beef producers are used to competition. So even if those other countries come to sell to the United States, we don't really fear them at all, even without tariffs.
And when you talk about the tariffs on other countries and what that could mean as far as their product coming into the U.S., does that make room for more U.S. raised beef in stores? What does that mean as far as the potential for you as a cattle farmer really profiting from that?
Right now, there's a bit of a shortage of beef, but that has more to do with the drought in the last few years out west, where ranchers were forced to cull their herds to meet the feed standard, the feed that they had available. So there is a bit of a shortage right now for beef, and anybody who's shopped lately has seen higher prices from beef, and certainly it has been profitable for beef producers, both like myself, where I buy cattle to feed and then I sell them after I've held them for about 6 or 7 months. But we also have a cow herd, mother cows, who have young ones, and we're expanding our own cow herd to take advantage of the high prices now. So I think the price signals are out there so that gradually consumers over time, keep in mind it takes 2 years to start, when you make the decision to breed a cow, and then she has a 9-month gestation, has a baby, and now it takes a little over a year for that calf to grow up and be ready for harvest. So it's a slow change, but we will eventually expand. That expansion, I'm convinced, has already started. Over time, then that should lower prices. But the point is, it does make for nice profit opportunities for those of us that are in the beef business right now, no matter whether we limit foreign beef or not. That's not a huge part of our market, the foreign competition. So I don't think we're worried about that.
We've seen the effect that a lot of people say that the president's announcement of tariffs has had on the stock market. Do you pay attention to that at all? Is there any concern you have there?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I watch it. I think they're just the general concerns that everybody has, is that, we sell into a market that's a premium priced market in many respects compared to other meats. And certainly we hope our leaders are wise enough that they, don't do something that tips the economy into recession and makes our customers have, fewer dollars to spend. So we're always, thinking about that. But certainly those are, decisions that are made, and you just hope for the best, that they they figure out how to work their policies so that the whole economy flourishes. And, when the whole economy flourishes, the beef producers will flourish too.
You mentioned a little bit about where you want to see the beef industry go. Is that the end game of this? What's the next level that you like to see the beef industry get to?
Well, I'd like to see us expanding our numbers. We have the productive capacity. And so my feeling is, right now we export lots of grain to other countries. Well, that grain goes over there as livestock feed. My feeling is that I would be happy to keep that grain here and see our local farms be able to expand there, because that's the way we were able to bring a young person back into our farm, is by building cattle buildings and providing them, an adequate income. And so all of our rural communities throughout the country have struggled. How do we keep young people in our communities and keep all of the activities and institutions that are so important for a community to exist? How do we keep them flourishing? Well, the answer is we have to have jobs that pay enough to bring back these productive young people into our community, and so they see a future. For us, that turned out to be the beef industry. We didn't expand our acreage. We expanded our beef industry, and now my son and his wife and our grandchildren have an opportunity here that they would not have had. So if we can sell more beef overseas and keep our industry profitable, that helps everyone in this country, because that grain that we're currently selling boatloads to all over the world, much of it could stay here and then keep our own young people here in our local communities with, adequate incomes. And so I feel like our rural areas could really benefit if we had this higher prices and better profits in our beef industry.
It'll be interesting to see if that comes to pass and how this will play out, as tariffs are continuing to be the talk of this nation and the world. Alan Adams, a fifth-generation cattle farmer. Could be more generations down the road. We'll wait and see. But thank you for joining us. We wish you the best of luck, and thank you for being here with us on the Fox News Rundown.
You're very welcome.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. New information being released on Ryan Ruth, who's accused of trying to assassinate President Trump while he was playing golf last year.
Ruth tried to purchase a rocket-propelled grenade or anti-aircraft missile from an associate he believed to be a Ukrainian with access to military weapons.
Fox's Griff Jenkins. The trial is set to begin in September, 1 year after the incident. A New York pediatrician ordered to pay more than $1 billion to 100 women following decades of sex abuse complaints.
Although they recognize it's unlikely the now 89-year-old Cooperman will actually write any checks, many of the women say they feel vindicated by the judgment.
Fox's Gary Baumgarten. At least 90 people now reported dead after a roof collapse at a nightclub in the Dominican Republic. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Just 2 years removed from an NBA championship, the Nuggets have cleared house. In a stunning move, Denver fired head coach Michael Malone on Tuesday with just 3 games remaining on their regular season schedule and won't renew the contract of general manager Calvin Booth. Malone was in his 10th year as head coach of the Nuggets and had Denver set for a 7th consecutive postseason berth. Despite being 15 games over 500 and fighting for home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, Denver has lost 4 straight and are in danger of dropping into the play-in tournament in a packed Western Conference. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The only Duck-Hunt I'm concerned with is the one on the original Nintendo. What a game.
You get it close to the TV and do it?
Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't as much fun. You know,
but it was.
You did a couple times like, man, look at my hih score. And then you have to back it up and do it again. Remember the track and field game? where you're my heels and the balls of my feet. I've never been more sore. I ran a half marathon and had plantar fasciitis from it. I think I had worse plantar fasciitis at 8 years old, doing that damn track move over and over. Worse turf toe than Eddie George? Oh, yeah. I mean, it would have derailed my career. If I had early Nintendo track and field, I would never have been able to play sports if I kept on the way I was. Just pounding that mat, pounding it.
So it was Mario. Duck Hunt came with Mario, right? I think that's right. It came with the NES system.
Because you got the gun with it.
Yeah,
John Morant would have loved it.
Yeah.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. All the uncertainty on tariffs has prompted many Wall Street veterans to speculate that the Fed will need to speed up interest rate cuts to prevent a recession. But San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly says the central bank can take its time before making any adjustments to interest rates as it waits to see how President Trump's trade policy plays out. Shares in health insurance companies were higher Tuesday on the news the federal government will increase payments to private Medicare Advantage plans next year by an average of 5%. That's more than double the initially proposed rate. It's expected to generate more than $25 billion in additional revenue for the industry. Walgreens seems healthy. Its parent company posted quarterly profit that exceeded expectations thanks to cost cutting and improvements in its healthcare business. It's a strong performance from a company that will soon become private with its acquisition by Sycamore Partners. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. From D.C. to CBP, the Phils welcome the Nats to South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Now, don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless that comes with a lot of fine print, plus. Oh, in other words, you pay more. At the end of the day, you paid for that, quote, free phone 3 times over. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a much better offer. A free phone with a qualifying plan for just $35 a month, and you get a brand new Samsung Galaxy A26. Just make the switch to Pure Talk for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot and roaming, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan when you make the switch to Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, April 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10:30 this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. We've got Anna Hummel in studio again this morning.
I'm back.
You're back.
Back for more.
And you're pissed off.
I very much am. Not well slept.
We have Hummel Hotel Hell coming up in a moment. Gregory, how are you, sir?
I slept like a baby.
I did too.
Must be nice.
I was snoring.
Slept like a baby.
Good REM cycle. Peace and quiet. Little fan going.
I mean, to be fair, Anna, the night before.
Yeah.
My 4.5-year-old gets up in the middle of the night because he has nightmares. So,
right.
I get woken up a lot. So I feel your pain.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to talk about this. I think this is actually the lead of the news. We'll get to the news. We'll get to the big take. We'll get to Bruno. We'll get to the cut sheet. Phil, have it ready to go in just a moment. Clip K7. Now, I'll give you the floor, Anna Hummel. Explain to us, before you decided to bring us in on the group text of your personal life, unsolicited, by the way, although we like personal disasters because it makes for great radio. The audience, I actually believe, cares more about our personal lives than any take on Donald Trump were the Democrats.
Yeah, this is new. This is fresh.
Yes.
Maybe they can relate to this. Maybe
Absolutely.
they have a story that they would like to share.
Yes.
Just throwing that out there. So, had a very long day yesterday. It was lovely. Met with some people I haven't seen in a while. Some people that live in Philly that I never visited before. So I'm like, hey, I'm in town. I want to see you. So I get home, tired, obviously. Wanted to go through the prep, make sure that I'm prepared.
Yep.
So I take a shower just to relax, get my mind right, to kind of just like settle down.
Dive into that show sheet.
Oh, yeah.
Dive into that cut sheet.
Yeah. So at about 8:45, I sit down, open my computer, and I hear a noise. And I thought I was hallucinating because I'm like, there's just no way that someone would be boisterously singing, I don't know, Rocky Horror Picture Show. I don't do musicals. That's not my bag.
Let's do the time warp again. That one?
Something like that.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah.
I started to question my own sanity. I'm like, I haven't slept well in days. Maybe I'm hearing voices. And then I just also hear like doors opening and closing, which are the other people in the hall going, what's going on? What's going on?
So it's not paranormal activity.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm like, I know what I'll do. I'll call concierge. I'll call guest services. Beep, 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 beep. They're busy because
everybody
phone-
else.
Correct.
Everybody else is.
Phone is ringing.
Please hold.
Off the hook. I open the door at one point just to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And another woman opens the door. We make eye contact, and I go, why is this happening to us? And she goes, I don't know. I'm calling the front desk. I'm like, me too. So this guy is just singing. He's clearly practicing for something or getting a singing lesson.
Oh, boy.
In a hotel.
And I was like, I can't just tell the story without evidence. No one cares. You got to get the goods. So I started recording.
Yes.
And then I started screaming at him. I'm like, please be quiet.
Right. I actually played this clip that you sent us in our group text for my family last night, and we all had a family laugh. So
Yeah.
Should we play the clip for him now?
Sure, yes.
All right. Phil Almquist, K7. Here's Hummel Hotel Hell on film. He's walking to the door.
Oh, my God. I mean, he has a nice voice.
Don't say that.
Here comes Hummel.
Could you please stop singing?
So now, for those seeing it on YouTube, you're out in the hallway
Yeah.
yelling across to the other door.
Yeah. And I had also, that was maybe the fourth time I yelled out.
Yeah.
The first time it was like, hey, bud.
Do you hear me?
Hey, bud, can you stop doing that? Appreciate you.
With this
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
and
he
then you
wouldn't
finally called the
stop.
concierge.
And then the second
done with you.
And then the second time I yelled at him, he started yelling over me, like to be louder.
Wow.
To be like to be a dick.
Right.
So I
So
was
is that like a soprano or an alto? Alto. I think
No,
it's-
that's not.
Greg, help me out. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know the voice. I don't know the
YouTube will correct
operas.
And just to be clear, don't name the hotel. But
I won't.
It is like because 91 LSXer is asking if you're staying at the Neshaminy Inn. No. Like this is
it's like a nice
This is a
place.
very nice hotel.
No, I'm very satisfied with the hotel. I was just I didn't understand. I just kept saying, why is this happening?
You reached a point.
I'm gonna start kicking some serious ass.
Road Warrior, stop the hammering.
Yes.
I was just so confused. So finally, I hear bang, 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 security, open up. And I look out into the peek hole, and I see the security guy, and I open the door, and I said, thank you so much. And he goes, is this the door? Some big, burly black dude. I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And so then I close the door again. I'm looking through the peephole. I just wanted to get a look at this guy's face.
Yeah.
You know when you're on the road and like someone does something dumb and you're like, I just want to see who did that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe you have some predictions in your head and you're like, I want to see if I'm
Oh.
correct in my predictions. And you're like, I called it. I knew it was going to be, you know, giving too much away.
Yeah.
And he opens the door and he's like, yes, yes. And he's like, oh, we've got some complaints about some noise. He's like, I'm sorry, I was rehearsing for a play. I'm done now.
He should at least give you complimentary tickets for the performance if it happens while you're still in town this week.
Not to make light of a very sad situation, but I almost pulled a Carmelo.
Wow.
And I think that if I would have played that video, the jury would have been like, not guilty.
If I was on the jury, I would have said, yep, not guilty.
Could you reach $1 million with a GoFundMe after killing a choir boy?
No, 100%.
No human should have to sit through that.
Totally understandable. That guy deserves to die.
The hotel experiences are the absolute worst.
They
sometimes.
I've
Sometimes
never had a bad one.
Yeah.
That was just so crazy. I could not believe this was happening to me.
Airports are the worst, along with public transportation. We talk about it. We chronicle it. We document it in the news with SEPTA. Casinos are bad, and I love casinos. I love to gamble. Casinos are a place where I'm not worried about COVID with a mask. Like, I would never wear a mask for COVID. I want to kind of wear a mask in a casino.
It's gross.
It's just gross, right? The chips,
Ciggies.
Cigarettes. It's just disgusting, right?
The oxygen tanks and people. The degeneracy is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you my biggest issue with hotels. Yeah. It's not the temperature. It's not the air conditioning. It's the lighting. Every hotel I go to, I can never figure out how to operate the different lights in the rooms. They're getting too complex. Yeah. Right?
There are a lot of lights. Do you like dimmer lights or brighter lights?
Dimmer.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or natural light through a window.
Oh, big on natural light.
Yes.
So, you're not getting that in a hotel, but that's fine. Yep. That's fine. Just please don't sing show tunes at 9 p.m.
Right.
Because people have to wake up at 4.
Right.
So.
Or Anna will do this to you.
My foot's gonna be so far up your it's gonna dangle out your damn nose.
Yeah.
I texted my boyfriend and I go, if you were here, this would have gotten confrontational. Because I would have. But I would have been confrontational, but
you're on a business road trip, so you got to be.
Not only. I don't care about that. It was more so just this guy knows, quote unquote, where I live.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
So
that's
I didn't. And here's the thing: if he's doing that, he's clearly not of sound mind.
True.
So he's. People are crazy,
right?
And I don't want him to know where I'm staying. Yeah. So
I'm glad you
I
didn't resort to violence because Phil would have had to do the news this morning.
Yeah, I would have been in the news this morning.
Today, Anna Hummel
Local
arrested.
Florida woman.
First-degree assault.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a lot of good things coming up for you on the show today. A big take recapping all of the big stories from yesterday, 4 of which were on the positive front, one of which, I don't know it's necessarily on the negative front, but we've got a conflict within the Trump administration between 2 individuals under the subject of tariffs. We'll get to that. A lot of free speech today. A very interesting story in Michigan with citizens versus the government when it pertains to salaries and criticisms of the government itself on social media, things like that. We'll get to that coming up. Also, China mocking the United States with artificial intelligence and fatzos over tariffs and manufacturing.
By the way, China, dead on with this. They're dead on with it.
They control pretty well.
I know. It's, it's stereotypical, but sometimes stereotypes are there for a reason. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. We'll get to that. Plus, Kristi Noem. Hey, lady, with all due respect.
Yeah, we need somebody.
Watch where you're pointing that thing.
Brian or somebody from King Shooters needs to call in and look at this video or look at this photo and say, nope.
Yep.
No bueno.
Yep, I agree. We'll have to defer also to our military and police listeners that know a thing or two about this. You might have seen it on social media. We'll highlight that coming up in a little bit. Bruno at 7:30, Cut Sheet at 7:45. Right now, let's get to the news. Off of 2 hours of sleep and hotel hell, here's Anna Hummel.
We're here. All right. Today is April 9th, 2025, and it's currently 34 degrees out. Today's weather is sunny to partly cloudy and cool, and a soaking rain expected late in the week with a high of 51.
Anna, this is all your fault.
Dude, I know.
Rain,
My friend told me that.
It's 30. It was 36 degrees this morning. Come on.
Yeah, I met a friend for dinner last night. She's like, it's so crazy because last week it was great.
Yes.
And when you leave next week, it's going to be in like the 60s and 70s. So she's like, I just don't get it. I'm like, I'm the common denominator. Sorry. Tonight, increasing cloudiness with a low of 37 degrees. Driver escapes after massive tree falls onto SUV in Chester County. I think we have a video for this, right?
We do, yeah. This is case 6, Phil, but go ahead. You want to set it up, and then we'll play
A near-death experience was caught on camera outside of a gas station in Chester County, Pennsylvania. It happened on Monday morning when a massive tree crashing down on top of a car on, is it Lenape Road in Kennett Square? Lenape, thank you. Amazingly, the woman was able to open her door and get out of the car. She then runs to the driver in front of her, seemingly dazed and clutching her head.
Yeah, let's play this, Phil. This is case 6. I do believe you have audio, yes. So she's kind of come to a stop.
Kennett Square. Look at, oh my God. Oh my God.
She almost died.
Yeah, for sure.
That's Trump turning his head at the last second with a bullet.
1 inch. 1 inch. If that would have fallen 1 inch.
Look at the airbag. Look at the airbag. And she just comes running out. Here it goes again.
Totally fine.
Whoa, man.
Now, if she had kids in the back seat, they would have perished.
And that was what Monday.
Yes.
Because we had those really high winds on Monday.
Yep. Yep. And we've seen this. This is almost a little reminiscent of on a 76. We call it the Schuylkill, or the death trap from hell. We've seen a lot of debris in the last year or two falling off of the side on these little elevated slopes of land. God. I mean, this lady.
Yeah, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT if you wanna see this video. But yeah, boy, this is oof. That's my biggest fear, driving next to a lot of these trees.
That's your biggest fear?
Well,
that's my biggest fear.
I mean, yeah.
Does she? I mean, with how lucky she is to be alive, doesn't she have to go play the lottery now? Doesn't she have to take a risk in life?
That's what Carl, I think, just said that on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
So, great minds.
Go to the casino.
Right. Put 500 on
Nick's
red.
favorite place.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, oof.
Yeah, not good.
Wow.
Look, trees are wonderful. They provide things for
oxygen,
nature. Yeah, and we need them. But trim your trees.
Yeah.
If they're old, cut them down and plant new ones.
Right.
Honestly.
Or if you're a golf course, just get rid of them completely.
I know that's not environmentally correct to say, but I don't.
We're saving lives by killing trees.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you, Anna.
Vandals destroy art installation at Singing Fountain in South Philly. A community is heartbroken after vandals destroyed a popular art installation in South Philly. Surveillance video from a building on East Passyunk.
There you go.
Passyunk?
You got it.
Very good.
Avenue captures what appears to be two women taking down a yarn bomb installation. I don't even know what that is. At the neighborhood landmark, Singing Fountain. It happened around 2:30 a.m. on Saturday. The alleged vandals spent almost half an hour with bags and appearing to leisurely move around the fountain, removing the artwork. Two men already sitting there when the suspects arrived eventually left.
Can't we leave yarn bomb or whatever the hell that is alone? And how do you do that for 30 minutes before any sort of interception of the scumbags?
Yeah, I don't know.
Seems a little delayed there. Where's security at?
Why are you messing with art? Stop making communities.
Were these climate activists? Because they like to destroy art in the name of climate change. I've seen that a lot.
Yeah, with soup.
They throw soup on a painting.
Soup.
Yeah. It's usually the French, right?
Yes.
Or the British.
French are big into vandalizing with food.
French. Hideous. Hideous.
I don't like French food. Is that controversial to say?
I don't like French people.
Oh, okay. That's more controversial to say, actually. So there you go.
They're a bunch of surrender monkeys.
Greg sent this to us. Miscommunication between Phillies outfielders leads to an embarrassing gaffe. The video is pretty bad. I can probably play baseball better than that. The Philadelphia Phillies are experimenting with a new look outfield for Tuesday's game against the Atlanta Braves, and early on they've had some mixed results. Edmundo Sosa, who has manned various infield positions throughout his MLB career, but only played 5 games in the outfield, started in the left field on Tuesday with Johan Rojas handling center field duties. During the second inning, Austin Riley popped up a deep fly ball in between Sosa and Rojas, both of whom began tracking the ball in left center field. When it came to time to make the catch, however, the two outfielders both stopped moving. And
I got it.
Me?
Nope.
You?
Me?
Nobody.
You? No. Who?
Yeah. Like Greg and I in a slow pitch softball game in June on Tuesday night with a couple of natty lights.
What are we doing? Who's got this?
It was bad. It was really bad.
Who's got this?
I thought I saw this. I thought it should have been Sosa from left field. But you know what this problem stems from? This stems from because Sosa's been playing shortstop and in the infield when Trey Turner's been out, and he's had a hot bat, so they got to keep him in the lineup. So they put him in left field, and now we have a disaster.
Johan Rojas is actually taking the blame for it, though.
I know. Oh, is he really?
The guy the guy farther away from the ball?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because technically, I think it was his ball to catch.
Okay. Center field kind of has jurisdiction or first dibs.
I think Sosa was the one saying you, or one of them was saying you, and he thought he was saying I got it or me, whatever. I don't know.
Right.
And there was miscommunication.
Yeah.
You're right. That's like Bush League baseball.
It really is.
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
Yep.
They bizarrely watched the ball hit the ground right in front of Rojas.
Yeah.
The ball bounced directly in front of Rojas' feet, who proceeded to fire it into the infield. And I feel like the person that was supposed to catch that ball also failed.
Yeah.
So it's just losers all around.
Yep. Schwarber had a great game again. Could be an MVP this year, and they lose because we can't figure out how to call off outfielders like 9-year-olds.
Well, that is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Anna, thank you
6 a.m.
very much.
Sure.
Coming up next, we will get to what's today? A Wednesday big take?
Wednesday.
A midweek big take. All of the happenings from yesterday. Thought it was a relatively good day for the Trump administration. A lot of big topics. We'll discuss it and highlight it in the big take next here on Kayal and Company.
The bees are buzzing, the birds are chirping, and the bats are cracking. Spring is here, and there's no better way to enjoy spring's arrival than with your favorite cocktail from Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. This month, head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and enjoy $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of Jack Daniel's and Jack Daniel's flavors. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Support the Bishop Eustace Cross Country and Track and Field Team. Come to Joe Contlin's Comedy Show with Chris Morris and True TV's Brendan Donegan on Friday, April 11th at the Bishop Eustace Fieldhouse. For info and tickets, go to eustace.org.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio. so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, but never seemed to get a lot.
It's Kayal and Company. Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland this week. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Tony Bruno coming up in just about an hour. The cut sheet, 7:45. The variety of great stories that we have today is fantastic. Some free speech, defamation, citizens versus government coming up. Also, the Chinese mocking and humiliating Americans about tariffs. And also a skinny discount in the restaurant world. We'll talk about it. I'm telling you, a lot of good stuff today, including Kristi Noem and where she's pointing something. Cut sheet's going to just be off the charts today. But before all of that, let's get to a recap of yesterday. It's time for a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America, a 5D Tuesday for the Trump administration. If it feels like President Donald Trump and his staff are moving at warp speed, it's because they are. And if it feels like the mainstream media is scrambling, rushing from one fear-porn talking point to the next, it's because they are. If you think Donald Trump is only playing to his base, you'd be wrong, and the data proves it. Trump isn't trying to burn it all down and leave it in rubble and ruins. He's beginning a remodeling project, if you will, that will take time, but is necessary to resurrect old glory. Here is CNN polling guru Harry Enton with the facts. Listen and watch.
I think there was this concern among some folks that Donald Trump would come in for a second term and kind of be a lame duck. He ain't no lame duck. If anything, he's a soaring eagle. What am I talking about here? Let's talk about Trump executive orders in 2025. He's already signed 111 so far. That is the most at this point in a presidency in at least 100 years. In fact, it's the most in any single year, and we're only in April, since Harry S. Truman in the early 1950s. The bottom line is whether you like Trump or you don't like him, you can't say that he's come in and not try to deliver on what he at least believes was his promises on the campaign trail, and he's doing so in historic fashion.
Trump literally hit the ground running on day one, and nobody should be shocked by any of this. He was obsessed with returning. He wanted to undo the Biden era, and guess what? It's not only drastically different, it's also recognized by everybody, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. Here's more of Harry Enton from CNN. Listen and watch.
People reacting to and feel about Trump's approach.
Yeah, okay, so Trump's approach here, what are we talking about? Trump's approach to presidential power. I think the American people recognize what he's doing here is completely different. We're talking, get this, 86% of the American public believes that Trump's approach to presidential power is completely different from past presidents compared to only 14% who believe it is in line with precedent. And we're talking about at least 79% of Democrats, independents, and Republicans. So again, you can agree or you can disagree with Donald Trump, but what you can't disagree with is that he's doing things very differently. I have used the Frank Sinatra quote before. He is doing it, quote unquote, my way, and that is what Donald Trump has done throughout both of his presidential terms, and he's certainly doing that, Kate Baldwin, in term number 2.
So we've explained the generational approach that 47 is taking compared not only to his time as 45, but also compared to his modern day predecessors. But is this embraced by the majority? That is the million-dollar question. Or does the vocal minority have legitimacy and merit? Harry Enton wraps it up. Listen and watch.
Completely differently. Clearly they agree, but take it a step further? Do the people think he has too much? He's taken too much power.
Yeah, this I think is the real question, right? You can believe that he's doing stuff completely differently, but do you think that he has a little too much power or not? And this is interesting. So Trump's presidential power is too much, the right amount, too little. Well, 47% say too much, but then you get 36% who say the right amount. Then you get 17% who say too little. So you're essentially dealing with a majority of the American public, 53%, who do not say that Trump has too much power. They either says he has too little power or the right amount of power. So the idea, that argument that Donald Trump is, quote unquote, a king, that I don't think holds with the American people. It does hold maybe with 47%, but with the majority of folks, they believe Donald Trump's doing something completely differently, and they don't believe he has too much power, and the executive orders he signed certainly suggest he's no lame duck. He is, as I said at the beginning, a soaring eagle.
He's fighting for his voters, he's fighting for America, and he's fighting against foreign nations, and he's also testing his limits and the Constitution. Why? Because it had to happen. This is one of the 5 Ds. It's called dominance. Now let's get to the second D, and that would be discoveries. The whiz kids over at Doge with a startling finding. Did you know that over the last 4 years, non-citizens were given social security numbers in escalating fashion year over year? 270,000 in 2021, Biden's first year. 590,000 handed out in 2022. 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 2024, an election year. Got news for you. This was another attempt to swing an election in favor of the Democrats, and some of them reportedly even voted. Here is Stuart Varney with the Doge discoveries on Fox News. Listen and watch.
Fox to reveal what's really going on. Doge exposed our immigration asylum disaster. That was the tip of the iceberg. Now, here's the story. Doge has found that immigration gave a work authorization document to illegals just 5 months after they filed for asylum. That document allowed them to work while they waited to hear whether their asylum request had been accepted or denied. So they could work as an illegal, knowing it would take years before their case was heard. The Immigration Department mailed them a Social Security number. No interview, no proof of identity. Just put it in the mail. Here's your number. In 2021, Doge says 270,000 new aliens were issued Social Security numbers, 590,000 in 2022, 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 24, right before Biden left office. Doge also discovered that 1.3 million aliens are now receiving Medicaid. Millions received driver's licenses, some registered to vote, and Doge says some actually did vote.
You want to discuss election integrity? Let's start right there. That's criminal. Do the math. That's almost 4 million people who, in theory, could vote. That's a game changer in battleground states. So what does Trump do? He fines them. That's right. Make them pay. Headline from CBS News. Trump administration unveils plan costing migrants massive fines for every day that they do not self-deport. Illegals could be hit with $998 fines each day that they don't leave. Next up, the third D, decisions. SCOTUS ruling in favor of Trump and Doge. Headline from ABC yesterday. The Supreme Court said the Trump administration can actually move forward with the termination of 16,000 probationary federal workers across 6 agencies and departments, rescinding a lower court order that they be reinstated. According to the reports, Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Biden appointee, indicated that they would have denied Trump's request. So that gives Trump a 7-2 favorable ruling. Two more on the decision front. The Trump administration now will be imposing a 104% tariff against China, as the playing field is not only leveled, but reportedly will be flipped. I think Trump is tired of America being bullied by Xi Jinping and the CCP. We'll see if negotiations begin. China, I think, the ultimate test here. Time will tell. And lastly, from the category of justice for common sense, Breitbart reporting this yesterday, Terry Aderim, a senior Central Intelligence Agency official and former senior defense official who played a pivotal and potentially illegal role in the Biden administration's military vaccine mandate, recently fired from the agency, a source exclusively revealing to Breitbart News. And I'm sure the My Body, My Choice crowd agrees with this termination, right? It was patently absurd that anyone was ever forced to take an unproven injection to keep employment, gain employment, play a sport, serve your country, or any other endeavor in society. And as I've stated for a long time, immediate reemployment opportunities, back pay, and the apology from these people. To the fourth D we go. Disturbing. Details coming down yesterday on the second Trump assassination report. According to reports, Ryan Wesley Ruth sought to purchase an RPG. That would be a rocket-propelled grenade to blow up and shoot Donald Trump's plane, according to the Washington Times. Prosecutors allege in new court documents that he tried to purchase these items from Ukraine. Why would our government not be tipped off to this? Why Ukraine? Was this a Fed pretending to be Ukraine? I think inquiring minds would like to know. And lastly, we conclude with dissension. We know that Elon Musk and his time, it's limited, roughly 130 days and out. Doge set to expire in the summer of 2026. And as I've told you before, Elon Musk is a disruptor. Not sure if it's good or bad, but with money, power, and ego comes disruptions. I'm not saying it's bad, possibly overblown by the media. I'm all for debate, discussion, dialogue, and challenging conventional norms and wisdom. But we've seen a pattern here now with Elon Musk, from Vivek to Trump, and now Peter Navarro over, this time, tariffs. Here was Caroline Levitt yesterday in spin control mode. Listen and watch.
There's been some public sparring between Elon Musk and the president's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on some of these tariffs. Musk actually referred to Navarro today as being, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Are you at all, or is the administration, the president, all concerned that this is maybe impacting the public's understanding of these tariffs? It might be messing with the message on it?
No, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history. And I think it also speaks to the president's willingness to hear from all sides, that he has people at the highest levels of this government in this White House who have very diverse opinions on very diverse issues, but the president takes all opinions in mind, and then he makes the best decision based on the best interests of the American public. Tiana.
There she is in spin control mode, Caroline Levitt. So if you think about it, when you look at Peter Navarro, he's an economist, but he's considered to be a fringe economist because he challenges mainstream views on economics, which I like, but he also has a little bit of baggage. But he's been successful. Up against Elon Musk and his view on running government like a business. Basically, Navarro is all in on hardcore tariffs. Elon Musk hates the idea of tariffs. Trump's trying to get to the point where we don't have tariffs. But in order to get free trade, you have to play hardball. I'd probably side with Elon on this one, since he's risked so much more on so many levels. But if this is the administration's biggest concern, then I would say that's a pretty good day for 47, as his warp speed, record pacing first 100 days rolls on. And that is the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE SEED now. And you can call 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the show. You can hit us up on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. Anna Hummel, floor is yours. Anything that you would like to comment on? Anything you would like to challenge me on? Anything you'd like to expound upon?
I would love to know how many migrants are self-deporting themselves.
That's a good number. That's a good question.
I love the idea of fining them. What was it, like close to $1,000 a day?
$998.
Yes. And I feel like it gets kind of personal with me. I remember the day that I became a libertarian, maybe not on paper, but at least in theory.
Okay.
I was introduced to Ron Paul. This was in college. I was probably like 20. And he goes, the problem with illegal immigration, I mean, there's many, but it's just such a slap in the face to everyone that came here legally.
Sure.
And that is my family. Like many Americans, I was not born in this country. My father was not born in this country. My aunt had to wait 12 years for a green card from South Africa. And she would have been better off just flying to Mexico and just crawling across the border, given, handouts and all that sort of thing. So, that's personal to me. And it's so disrespectful and rude to every single person that waited in line and did it the correct way.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
yeah.
It's a good point. If you guys want to jump in, one other thing on the tariffs, which I think is interesting, and it's been really the main theme here for the Trump administration and the opposition with the mainstream media as well, is you have these guys that are taking snipes and shots at each other. I don't even know that I can say the word on radio, so I'll just defer to not saying it. But Elon Musk, I believe, even publicly, I don't know if he said it on X, but we have a history of Elon Musk using the R word about people that he doesn't think, are up to his level intellectually. You know the R word that I'm talking about. And he altered Navarro's last name from Navarro to putting an R on it and ending it with ARDO. I mean, Elon Musk is like, I don't know if it's just he doesn't care, if it's the fact that he's kind of on the spectrum. He's just a weird dude. He likes to throw around the R word and give like insults out like he's a 9-year-old, which for the sake of entertaining talk radio, I think he provides me content. But like you have Musk, who's taken this stance where he's really against the tariffs and he just wants free trade. Yet we're not going to get to the point where it's 0 for 0 in free trade unless Trump plays hardball. And the biggest question is, like, we're seeing nations. Israel dropped tariffs.
Yeah.
Japan's willing to talk. India, Vietnam, Taiwan. China's like the big litmus test, right? Like that's
They
where
matter
like
the most.
they matter the most, military
And they know
wise,
that.
trade wise. We over the course of, I saw this tweet yesterday. I want to read this. This is from I forget what the source was, but it was recirculated. There's a graphic with who credits it or who's credited for the numbers. But in 1990, this just goes to show you the difference between America versus China over the last 35 years. The top exporter to 175 countries was the United States. China in 1990, they only exported to 8 countries. Then in 2000, the gap shrunk. America, top exporter, 155 countries. China up to 15. Fast forward to 2010, it's almost a coin flip. America, 85 countries. China, 55. Now you get to 2024, we're only exporting to 35 countries. China is exporting to 125 countries.
Yeah.
China basically controls so many industries of labor with exports to the point where we're like a little, for lack of a better phrase, we're like a little slapdick nation when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
And we have to get back to, because we're not a small little peon third world country. But when it comes to producing things, we have just given everything away to either third world countries or big bad China. And you're never going to get back to being a true power player and getting your economy where it needs to be, manufacturing, other industries. Forget technology. We had that story a day or two ago. We actually had it on the show sheet. We never got to it about Apple and the creation of the iPhone and what they're doing now to avoid the potential possibility with tariffs of new iPhone customers having to pay, get this, a whopping $2,000. I got news for you. I'm due for a new iPhone. I got like the 14 here.
Yeah.
What are we on, the 16 now?
I think.
We're all iPhone people except for Phil. He's a communist. He's on Android.
Messes up our group chats.
You're messing up our group chat with his green box and his slow, gifts that he sends and his videos that never come through right away. I'm not spending $2,000 on a new iPhone.
Right.
I mean, I know we depend on this damn thing for everything, but $2,000?
Yeah. It's crazy because the sky is really the limit when you have no respect for human life. You know what I mean? Like when people have no rights and you can get away with slave labor, like you're unstoppable.
Right.
I am very impressed. That's maybe not whatever. I'm just going to say I'm very impressed with what China has been able to do in the last 30 to 40 years.
Oh, yeah, if you look
gotta
at
think
neutrally.
they were just like
Right.
an agricultural, agrarian nation, not even on the map in the 70s. And now they are, at least what I saw reports, maybe it was like a year or two ago, that they were expected to pass American GDP, I think, this year.
They have and I know that they do have a genocide going on there, so I don't mean this legitimately, but they have a killer instinct for global dominance that I want America to get back to, that I think Trump wants to get back to. And this had to happen eventually. It's not going to happen overnight, and it might not be pleasant. So, there you go.
Well, that's the thing. How do you compete with a nation that pays their
Tariffs,
their workers 3 cents an hour? You know what I mean?
You can't.
Yes,
you can't.
Yeah, because we get cheap crap from Temu because they pay their workers slave wages.
Yeah.
So. Unless we do that, I don't know how we're ever going to compete with that.
That's a great point. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Coming up next, free speech and the government trying to censor you in the state of Michigan.
It's my favorite story of the day.
We're going to get to this when we come back. So I'll quit babbling and get right to Bucks County Estate Traders, because they don't make furniture like they used to. If you're tired of that cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about my friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. They're going to be furnishing my new house very shortly. Their massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to the new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Whether you're furnishing your living or dining room, home office, or even that man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece comes with a QR code. You just scan that with your phone, which displays details instantly. And their expert staff is the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, just straight shooters. Check out their website, call ahead. They'll have the pieces ready the same day to show you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them, I want to furnish my house just like Nick Kayal.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, there's ash in the pages. Now I've got myself lost.
6:48 Wednesday morning.
I was riding to tell
Kayal and company. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Tony Bruno will be up in about 45. Cut sheet an hour from now. Hopefully all of you staying warm out there on a 33-degree morning in almost the middle of April. Weather blows. My daughters were texting me yesterday. Can you pick us up off the bus? Can you come pick us up? Yeah, it's amazing, too. My daughters, when we had the little hot stretch last week, like 71 degrees, 68 degrees. Daddy, can you put the window up? It's cold out. And then it's like, 39 degrees, 40 degrees. I'm like, go outside without a jacket on. I'm hot. I'm burning up. Like, what's up with the? I gotta ask you this, Anna. What's up with like the internal temperature and the thermostat for broads? It's always like the inverse.
Not for me.
Really?
I'm just always cold.
Okay.
And I have Raynaud's self-diagnosed. I don't know if you know what that is.
I had a little stretch of it in 2017 on my toes.
My wife has it.
Yeah. It's common, I think, with women,
It
but
is,
in my family, like everyone has it, where your fingers or your toes just go white.
Yes.
No, but really bad circulation in your extremities. So I'm just always cold.
Okay.
Like a typical broad.
My
Like,
wife,
just
typical
cold.
broad.
Yeah.
My wife sometimes has to stick her feet underneath like a hot bath, like like the
the warm water.
To return them to the normal color.
Yeah.
Does she do what I do and just like when you're in bed with her, she just like puts her cold feet on you to warm?
Yeah.
And then Greg says,
"Holy crap!" Please stop doing that.
That's exactly
Can you
what
please put
happens.
on socks and not do that?
Yeah. You remember what time I have to get up in the morning, right?
Yeah. I just want consistency with my women, that's all. If you're cold, if you're always hot, that's great. But my daughters, my wife, it's bizarre. Anywho, Michigan, how about this for free speech? I like this story as well. Michigan City threatens its residents with a defamation suit over statements that have, quote, caused harm, says the Midwesterner. This was reported by MLive.com. So the city of Bangor, Michigan, or maybe it's Bangor.
It's Bangor.
It's Bangor, like Bangor, Maine, right? But Greg grew up in Bangor, Pennsylvania, right? I believe, Stalker, you're from Bangor.
I'm not from Bangor, but no.
Oh, I thought you were you a wind gapper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It really is.
They're sending a message to their residents, quote, "You better keep your mouth shut or face a defamation lawsuit." In a 7-0 vote by the Bangor City Council in January, council members approved a motion to allow the city attorney, Scott Graham, to file charges with the court against all parties involved in statements that have, quote, caused harm to the city, MLive reports. Now, here's basically what's going on here. This was prompted by comments from concerned residents about the city manager, Justin Weber, also serving as a police chief and also with other government transparency issues. And officials are now facing fierce backlash in the city and beyond. So this individual that goes by the name of A.C. Fisher Aldog, I don't know if that's a company or it's a name, whoever that is. They run a Facebook page called the Bangor Apple Press, which is focused on local news. And it told MLive that the motion gives the impression that any critical comments could spark an expensive lawsuit, alleging that it illustrates how the city continues to, quote, trample the citizens' civil rights, including their rights to free speech and freedom of the press. Quote, such action would violate the First Amendment, which completely bars government entities like the city of Bangor from suing for defamation. If Bangor officials believe a constituent has made a false statement about the city, they can publicly condemn the statement, express disagreement, or say why they believe it's inaccurate, says a letter from FIRE, which is a free speech organization based right here in Philadelphia. You can read the full story at themidwesterner.news if you would like. But this is one of the things, Anna and Greg, that I am very passionate about. It's not just a slogan on the Kayal and Company shirts or the branding for the station, Free Speech Lives Here. One of the things that got me into this format was the cancel culture, the censorship that we've been living through for the last 5 years, and even beyond that. And to me, when you infringe upon people, forget policy for a moment, forget what your thoughts are on immigration or law and order and crime. When we're talking about things as basic as the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to assemble, the right to bear arms. When the government oversteps their bounds, and I'm not talking about coming in and taking a deer from a trailer park, okay? I'm talking about basic stuff like this. This really irritates me. I want to be able to challenge those in authority. I want to challenge those that I'm paying their salaries for. Right? And when they step above and beyond, I am so on board. I don't know if this is like citizen journalism. I mean, we have a lot of rogue journalists in this city that do great jobs that don't work for, mainstream media. But I would think especially if you're of a libertarian belief where it's, hey, government hands off, these are the kind of things that have to stick in your craw.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a similar situation. I think this happened last year. So I lived in Michigan for 4 years. I lived in Detroit.
Okay.
And there's
do you know this area? Do you know this Bangor, Michigan area?
No, but maybe I should.
Okay.
I didn't venture out too much, but there was a suburb of Detroit called Hamtramck. I think that's correct. And it was a largely Muslim community.
Okay.
And so people in the community, especially a lot of white people, thought, "Hey, listen, we have a lot of Muslims in this area. Let's elect all of them to the city council and stuff like that." And when that happened, it was an exclusively Muslim city council. They banned the trans flag, gay flag from being flown anywhere, and they were vandalizing homes that had it.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it was kind of a similar situation where the people that are elected in charge are now saying, hey, you can't say anything bad about us, and we're taking away all your freedoms.
I mean, what kind of snowflake do you have to be as a politician? I don't care if you're the president of the United States or if you're the city manager of Bangor, Michigan, which I'm assuming might not even, I'm just going to guess, that might be like a part-time elected position. Some of these like very small jurisdictions and municipalities, they don't even pay you enough for it to be your full-time job. You meet like once a week at night in like a little conference room with coffee and donuts and discuss the jurisdiction issues of the day or the week. But for me, like I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of, I mean, you should be able to absolutely challenge anything under the sun, and even in the misinformation, disinformation era.
Well, what causes, so they say, to allow City Attorney Graham to file charges with the court against all parties involved in statements that have caused harm to the city.
Right. What's so harmful?
So if you're on Facebook or Twitter and you say, this city is a hellhole, Is that like? Does that then deem charges being brought, like a defamation charges being brought up against you?
Well, does some lawyer that works for the government sit there and say these are defamatory comments that could impact tourism dollars, right? Like you could always bring it back to money, bring it back to lawyers all the time. I don't really see how you can have a case unless you're making terroristic threats against government employees,
Right.
unless you're eliciting hate speech that rises to the level of action being taken. For the most part, hate speech is protected speech until it reaches the point of a real credible threat of bodily harm to somebody else. But I just feel like we're living in a world where people are trying to create gray area of free speech, and I thought it was relatively understood.
I feel like with Fire getting involved in this, they're a great organization.
They are.
I don't think that this is going to stay. You know what I mean? Like, I think that lawyers will get involved, and then, you know, because there's no way to really enforce this.
Mhm.
Like, how do you enforce it?
Right. And then they're asking for the salary.
Do you have people scrub people's social medias? Like, honestly.
Would it be a civil infraction, or would it be like they take people to jail?
No, defamation would be civil.
Yeah.
But you mentioned jail. I have seen, now I want to preface this, I don't know if they are new or if they're old, if they're accurate or they're not. It's social media. Who knows? But there's been videos over in the UK, and I'm sure we could look up like credible sources that have reported on this, where UK law enforcement, for lack of a better phrase, are knocking on people's doors and telling people that they have to take things down that they posted on social media.
No, they've been arrested. There's been
Arrested.
thousands of people that have been arrested for
I just didn't know.
lyrics with explicit language.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
well,
what the hell's going
they
on
don't
here?
have they don't have a First Amendment over there.
Anna brought up a very interesting point. I would like to see the makeup of this town, city, whatever it is, because it does sound very UK-ish.
It does.
Yeah, for those, I mean, if
City
if you're
manager
from
plus
Michigan,
the police chief.
if you're from Michigan, you probably know what I'm doing right now. But Bangor is right here. Yeah. So this is it. If you're from Michigan and you want to show someone like where you live, you just do the mitten, you just do the hand and you point.
We know Dearborn has a very high Muslim population. I'm wondering if this area does as well.
That's what I was wondering as well. Great hummus, by the way.
Oh, I love a
Great
good
hummus. But it's crazy because when you go to Dearborn, all the directions and signs are written in Arabic before English.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I like extra garlic in my hummus.
Yeah,
The more
yeah.
garlic, the better.
Oh, my God.
855-839-1210.
We should definitely keep our eye on this story because there's definitely more to it.
There is. We'll continue hour 2 on the way. Anna has some news to kick off the second hour. And then China mocking America with racist and fatophobic humor via artificial intelligence under the mantra of manufacturing and tariffs. Hour 2 next. Stay there.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
LS Solutions Incorporated in Princeton, New Jersey has multiple openings. A. Validation and compliance engineer to develop validation strategy for manufacturing equipment and lab equipment. Salary $99,174 per year. B. Senior validation engineer 3 to serve as site expert in the validation of computer and software systems. Salary $112,299 per year. Job A and B, no travel, no telecommuting. Job duties are project-based at unanticipated sites within U.S. Relocation may be required at project end. Email resume to hr@ls-sol.com. Again, LS Solutions Incorporated in Princeton, New Jersey has multiple openings. A. Validation and compliance engineer and B. Senior validation engineer 3. Job A and B, no travel, no telecommuting. Job duties are project-based at unanticipated sites within U.S. Relocation may be required at project end. Email resume to hr@ls-sol.com.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And when I go away, I know my heart can stay with my love. It's understood. It's in the hands of my love. My love does it good.
It's Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, 855-839-1210. Tony Bruno coming up in about 25 minutes. What's on the cut sheet? We all find out together. That's coming up 7:45, 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America, making sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls. Choose Natural Lawn, and you will get free seeding every year. That's true. I know for sure. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Right now is the best time to start seeding.
I know.
By the way,
lawns are coming in. How's your lawn looking, by the way?
Looking good. Looking good. Been using Natural Lawn, and they do a great job.
Yeah.
Nice and green right now. I mean, with the frost, maybe the grasses.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
There you go. My daughters yesterday on the way to the dance. Oh, look at the grass is getting green. Oh, the flowers are coming out. Oh, the trees are blooming. I'm like, yeah, they've been doing that for about 10 days, 2 weeks now. Yep. I'm like, if you put your iPhone down on the way to dance, you'd actually see as we're driving through the communities. But they're just like, always looking like this for the whole ride.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Personal
I
problems.
don't know how you don't get car sick doing that.
I know, right?
Yeah, I get super
Yeah,
sick.
yeah, I agree. Before we get to the news and also this Chinese-American tariff war via social media and AI.
You have to see this video, by the way.
Yeah, get to YouTube.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see this video.
No doubt. Let's grab Lewis in Elktown, PA. Lewis, hello, sir.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? You guys do a fantastic job. We can barely get you up here, but we try every morning. Anyway,
where's Elktown?
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
Way up near Erie.
Oh, wow, cool.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. It's 100 miles east of Erie.
Wow. You can always watch us on YouTube or get us on the Odyssey app. So.
Yeah, I know. I get that once in a while.
Thank you.
Beautiful. What do you got today, sir?
I just want to say that investment over in China, a lot of that investment can be deducted from the American taxes, and that's what they do. And like Shark Tank, they always said on Shark Tank, "Oh, you can't do anything. You got to go offshore." Well, that's a lot of crap. Those guys made their money, by taking things over in countries where there's wages are $1 an hour or 50 cents an hour. And they come over here and they get a big windfall. That's why they're driving around in their 100-foot yachts,
Right. And speaking of Shark Tank, Lewis, did you see the story about Kevin O'Leary? He wants to hit China with a 400% tariff.
Yeah. Isn't that hypocritical? He benefited from having their stuff over there for years, know.
It's absolutely true.
It's pretty remarkable.
He's absolutely right.
Trump wants to make China pay by tariffing them, and thank you so much, Lewis, at 104%. And here comes O'Leary, I think it was last night on CNN or 2 nights ago, and he says, hey, what about 400%? We'll see how this plays out. But nice to have a listener. What was that? It was Elktown, PA, 100 miles east of Erie.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, you got this signal, man. Don't sleep on a 50,000 watt blowtorch.
Yes,
you can
exactly
reach it
right.
anywhere.
Damn
Thank
right.
you.
All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07, and just so you know, in the future, folks, if you're ever in the same hotel as Anna Hummel, be quiet.
Don't sing.
Yeah.
Or she's
Come on,
calling
man.
security.
Yeah.
Let's get to the news.
All right. Today is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, and it is currently 33 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather is sunny to partly cloudy and cool, and a soaking rain is expected late in the week with a high of 51. And tonight, increasing cloudiness with a low of 37 degrees. In the news this morning, this is awesome. Celebrate America's 250th birthday in Philly. 2026, 52 weeks of first celebrations have been announced. The Philadelphia Historic District 250th Committee has announced plans for 2026, 52 weeks of first celebration, and the annual Red, White, and Blue To-Do celebrations on July 2nd in honor of America's 250th anniversary next year at the National Constitution Center on Tuesday morning. Quote, we'll celebrate Philadelphia first each week of the year, so we'll have 52 celebrations at locations all across the city, said Vince Stango, co-chair of the Historic District Partners 250th Committee and the COO of the National Constitution Center. I'm a little partial to the signing of the U.S. Constitution, so that's a first that's near and dear to my heart, and I think it's really fun, really fun things people would never think happen in Philadelphia. The first Girl Scout cookie sale or the first showing of a major motion picture. That's cool.
Girl Scout cookies. I always get hit up for Girl Scout cookie sales.
Don't they have lead in them now?
I have no idea. I've never purchased them. I've just always been told that they're stale and they're bad.
Look at the ingredients of Thin Mints, and you'll never eat them again.
What
Anna's right. Anna's 100%
That was like
right.
a big thing, like maybe a month to 6 weeks ago, where they're like, "There's lead, there's all these sorts of chemicals and toxins in them."
Well, things that are that delicious, you have to think are bad for you.
If it tastes great, odds are it's not good for you.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, when that whole celebration happens, 250-year celebration, I'm getting the hell out of town.
I was just going to say that's going to be a traffic disaster.
Oh, it's going to be horrendous.
So let's schedule our 2026 June-July vacation right after the show today, Greg.
Okay.
We'll sit down. We'll pull out the planner. like June 27th till July 8th. Let's all just take a 2-week sabbatical.
Oh, you think that'd be worse than like a Eagles deal or something?
Like a Super Bowl parade?
Yeah.
Where it took me 34 minutes to get back onto the Schuylkill
That,
River
was,
Market.
that was great, though.
Oh,
That was
okay.
great,
So that's
yeah.
different. So you'll celebrate football, but not America.
No,
See where your
I'll celebrate
royalties
America.
lie?
I just won't do it in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay, fair
I'll watch
enough.
it. I'll watch it from a flat screen.
Yeah, soccer will do it like on a boat in the Poconos
Thank
or
you.
something.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'll go south and we'll all reconvene a couple weeks later.
Camden County woman charged in murder for plot hire to kill Philly officer and his daughter.
Whoa.
$12,000 murder for hire plot was foiled by police in South Jersey who arrested this suspected mastermind, a 26-year-old woman from, is it Runnymede?
Runnymede, New Jersey.
Runnymede, New
All
Jersey,
right.
baby. Yeah.
Jacqueline Diorio is accused of orchestrating a plan to kill her ex-boyfriend, a 53-year-old Philadelphia police officer, and his 19-year-old daughter. Officials say Diorio offered to pay a confidential informant $12,000 to carry out both murders. I think it was like her uncle.
I'm caught up on the 12K here.
Why,
Well, I mean, who's going to take who? Do people really? Was there actually somebody that took the bait and accepted the offer?
I don't think so.
But first of all,
maybe it was a family discount.
If you're paying to kill, if you're going after a police officer, you know my rule: firing squad, you get the death penalty. That's number one. Secondly, if you're going to try to pull this off, I mean, don't you have to offer a little more than 12K? Murder for hire stories are always interesting to me. Like, first of all, that's the best you got is 12 grand, and then somebody's willing to actually whack you for 12 grand. 12 grand doesn't go that far these days.
I said, if you remember, Kayal, a couple weeks ago, you know, when we were talking about the death penalty, firing squad,
South Carolina,
I do a firing squad for 10 grand. Like I would take the, not take the bullet, I would shoot the person.
Well, I would too, because you're doing that on behalf of the state, and you're allowed to, there's no repercussions for it. I don't think
12 grand.
I'm not risking the rest of my life for 12 grand.
Who are the people that are doing this, though? You know what I mean? Like, they're not exactly, top citizens.
Isn't there only like one bullet among 6 shooters or something, so they don't know who actually killed the person?
Oh, for the firing squad,
right?
yeah.
Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah. I would say I don't care. I want to.
You just want to be involved.
You got a good shot? You got a good shot, Greg?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't.
He shoots his shot Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. But that's it.
Baby. Thank you, baby.
I got you. Man has been struck and killed by a SEPTA train in North Philadelphia. A man was struck and killed by a SEPTA train in North Philly Tuesday afternoon. Officials said the unidentified man was walking between rail cars at the Olney Transit Center between Broad Street and Olney Avenue around 3:10 p.m. when he fell onto the tracks and was struck and killed by a train. Go ahead.
Assuming a homeless individual or somebody banged up on drugs. How does anybody, if you have a job, right, and you're a normal functioning adult in society going about your everyday life, is it really worth, let's just assume that that's the victim here. Is it really worth shaving off a few seconds of your day to go between the cars and risk getting whacked? Like, we had this story a couple of weeks ago. Somebody was walking on an outdoor train track and got bulldozed. I mean, it's kind of hard to get killed by a train.
Yeah.
Unless you're pushed by some creep.
Well, I mean, what happened, Anna reported it last week in Bristol, in Bucks County there. That was a guy, I believe, that was trying to kill himself, and his family members were there to try and help him.
That's right.
And they all went down with him,
Yeah.
which is horrendous.
No.
So this just sounds like, you're right, it sounds like an accident or some guy who's just like
drunk or
did a face plant on the tracks.
Shame.
Yeah.
SEPTA service was suspended between the Erie and Fern Rock stations due to the ongoing investigation, and shuttle buses were provided for riders. The service was later restored, SEPTA announced around 6 p.m. The incident is the third deadly train crash in Pennsylvania in April.
It's also the second one since Anna has been here.
Yes. Hey! She brought bad weather and bad train etiquette.
I'm telling you.
I'm a bad omen. But
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I just feel like
you've reported these news stories,
Yeah.
and there's been 2 of them, and you've been on the air with us not even a week yet.
Yeah.
correlation is not causation, Greg.
Yeah.
I am not the cause of this.
I have no idea what that even means.
She has another week with us, which means look out, SEPTA riders, because there's gonna be more.
This show might start getting decimated.
Put your head on a swivel.
Monday, the tower wasn't working. Tuesday, by the way, all the technology up and running today?
Everything's good today.
All right, so now you're back in the good graces.
All right,
Make sure you're smashing that like button, though, on the YouTube.
Yeah,
you're going to want to hit it and hit it hard.
Yeah. And that is Kayal and Company News Live for the 7 o'clock hour.
All right, Anna, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. All right, so let's get to some video. We've been telling you, get over to YouTube. Bruno at 7:30. The cut sheet at 7:45. You could call this the cut sheet hors d'oeuvre or the appetizer. We're going to go from China to Kristi Noem in roughly 7 minutes here. Or we'll get to one, and then we'll get to one on the other side. Let's start with China, right? So the headline, Chinese, this is the Daily Mail, Chinese launch racist humiliation campaign mocking Trump's tariffs. This actually reminds me of, remember a few years ago on this show, Greg, Anna, you weren't here for this, but this probably won't shock you. Mexico was running campaigns mocking Kensington for the drug issue.
Yep, they use Kensington, the trank zombies.
Yes,
they use them in an ad of you think we have a drug problem?
Yeah.
Well, look at America.
You think fentanyl coming up from the southern border is an issue? Clean your mess up before you blame us.
And
right?
they use
That's kind of funny.
They use Philadelphia as an example.
Yes, the United States has become a punching bag for other nations. And we got to take a stand here. So here is a video. We're going to play this for you. Phil, have this one loaded. This is K3. So I believe this is, according to the Daily Mail, it's a new AI-generated video believed to have been created by a Chinese TikToker depicting a depressing America under Donald Trump's tariffs. The video shows morbidly obese Americans, a.k.a. fatzos, in sweatshops and factories performing low-skilled labor with some somber Chinese music playing in the background. So the clip will basically fade out. It's about 30 seconds long, and this is in reference to the battle between America and China with tariffs and trade wars. Clip K3. Phil Almquist, let it rip. Oh, my God.
I
mean, they're not wrong.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Is it hurts because they're not wrong.
Look at this. There's Ethel. There's Betty.
Basically saying, you American citizens can't do what we do because you're all
assembling phones,
overweight and stupid.
T-shirt printing, and they end it with "Make America Great Again." Phil, if you could, if we could maybe just kill the audio and just run that a few times. So you have this real big, sloppy, fat white guy. He's putting together some piece of apparel. He's doing some stitching, some seam work, I guess. And then it'll pivot to a couple of other people in different, there's like a bunch of white T-shirts or some sort of thing. So it's all the stuff that America no longer really produces, right? And here's the thing I would say, and this is, again, it's not a blanket statement. I think there are plenty of hardworking Americans out there. But there's also the group of Americans that are full of entitlement and think jobs are beneath them. I have always given the example on this show many times during the pandemic, right at the heart of it in 2020. My wife said, because I got hired so pandemic officially became a thing March of 2020, right? Like everyone started acknowledging it. Sports leagues shut down. Odyssey Atlanta hired me in January of 2020. But they said because of part-time work, don't relocate. So I'm working from Nashville for an Atlanta sports talk station owned by Odyssey. That obviously wasn't going to pay the bills. So by the time August came around, my wife said to me, you have to get a job. So I took a landscaping job. And I love cutting grass.
You have to get a job.
But mulching and doing edging and trimming with the weed whacker, my skills were not good enough. And I'm working with a bunch of Hispanic dudes. Most of them didn't speak English. The crew leader was a white guy. He obviously spoke English. And he's like, yeah, they're mocking you, man. They're the white guy over there feeling like the job's beneath them. They're like, they knew my background. I was a broadcaster. So I was like the punching bag for a while.
Yeah, just getting sunburned.
Right. And I used to love cutting my own grass, all that type of stuff. But man, this job wasn't, I didn't have it. And it's Tennessee. It's August. It's 98 degrees. It's starting at 5:30 in the morning, working till 6 o'clock at night. I'm like, man, I'd kill for like a $50,000 overnight radio gig right now. And I think that's really a lot of people are like, some people work really hard and others feel like jobs like that are beneath them. I guarantee you, we bring these jobs back to America if they are not well compensated, and I mean, like, $47 an hour? Yeah, sign me up. I'll do that. I'm out of work.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of people that won't take these jobs. We even hear Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett now saying that jobs are beneath her.
We done picking cotton.
We done picking cotton.
That's
we need immigrants.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's a direct quote.
Right.
She said.
Yeah.
She said that yesterday on the cut sheet.
Yeah.
So is there more truth to China mocking us?
Yes.
Or is this a slap in the face to America where we have to keep taking the fight to them?
I mean, yes to both, right?
Okay.
They could be right and rude at the same
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
They better be well compensated because, like you said, I can't imagine like any Gen Zers, the ghosted generation or whatever they're called, taking these jobs when they're used to their, cush office spaces and all that sort of stuff that they've been spoiled with. But we'll see what happens.
It's interesting that you say that because we've had some stories where Gen Z are ditching college to go to the trades.
Really?
Welding, things like that. Jobs that you can make $75,000 a year after 9 to 18 months of trade school, tech education. You come out, relatively debt free, start making good coin at 19 years old. I wonder if that generation, that little segment of, and I think the Wall Street Journal's had this story. We've talked about it. Different publications have talked about how Gen Z more open to not being super in debt and picking up $200,000 of college debt. Would they take jobs like this? Now, this is not necessarily I don't know. Is this considered a trade? This feels
not
like
a skilled trade.
This is something actually my grandmother used to do.
Mine too.
Back in the day, in the
Mine too.
40s and 50s.
Yes, mine too.
Yeah, my grandmother was born, I think, in 1923. I'm guessing, probably in her mid to late 20s. She was in a factory putting purses together.
It's funny, Nick. Our grandparents probably worked in the same factory.
Probably did.
God. You know,
Yes.
Like, seriously.
Yeah. And they were good jobs.
Yes, they were good jobs. But Americans aren't going to do that anymore. I'm telling you, they're not. No American. Anna is correct. Gen Z ain't doing that. Gen Z ain't doing that. So you're going to get a bunch of older people who really might need the work that are going to be doing that.
It's interesting.
So yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So like, yes, China is mocking us on that, but there's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that. We're an obese nation that doesn't want to do this type of labor anymore.
Yeah, and you got to think like Gen Z is, and not that other generations aren't, but Gen Z is obsessed with clout.
Right.
Yep.
And so these jobs don't have that.
And that job doesn't allow you to take selfies and keep your phone with
right.
you, right?
And no one, I don't think, would want to take selfies
No.
of themselves.
Here's me sewing a blouse.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey.
Yeah. I just assembled a blouse that cost us 92 cents that you can get for $16 at Target later this year. And the other thing lost in this, too, how about the insult of, and it's true because we have an obesity problem. So when people sit there and say, oh, Bobby Kennedy's insane, oh, he wants to get rid of fluoride in water. I mean, other nations know that we are a country of fat slobs. And you didn't see one skinny person there, did you? It's funny. All the pharmaceutical companies, when they run their ads, they're all as nice looking as Anna Hummel, right? They're all smiling. Oh, I'm taking this for my psoriatic arthritis, and now I'm jogging with my earbuds.
Yeah.
And I'm running down this beautiful sidewalk in a park, and I'm happy and I'm free. China runs that ad right there, mocking Americans, and they're all fat and miserable.
Yeah.
And it's true.
That's the reality of the work life, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It is. It just is. So, effective, yes, absolutely it is.
Yeah.
But to Anna's point, like we can, we have the power to control that.
Right.
Vietnam better get ready because we need we need some more labor.
Yeah.
Because you said they're coming to the table, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen more likely.
Are you going to be, because you've been to Vietnam, so are you going to be at the
back
table
in
as well?
Nam, no. Yeah. Once I left Vietnam and like went back to Malaysia or wherever I was just like, yeah, I remember back in Nam when it seemed disrespectful, but it was fun to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think other countries like Bangladesh and India,
Yeah.
Pakistan, and Indonesia are probably going to take most of these jobs if they come to the negotiating table.
All right.
So.
855-839-1210. Tony Bruno will join us coming up at the bottom of the hour. And stay there if you're on YouTube, because the next video that we have to get to involves
Kristi Noem.
I want to hear from Brian from King Shooters, and I want to hear what he has to say about this video.
I know. We got to get Kristi Noem out to King of Prussia.
Yeah.
See if we can do that. She's everywhere else. Why not? Swing on by. Kayal and Company as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Attention! If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code FAST. swishradio.com, code FAST.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump.
Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Fiscal and Company, live on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Anna, and Greg. Tony Bruno coming up momentarily. Cut sheet 745. And Christy Nome. Watch where you're pointing that thing, lady. We'll give you the details coming up shortly. Just kind of reminiscing with our last story about how China is mocking America. And we're talking about some of these jobs that, quote, back in the day were good jobs to have, and the young generation today wouldn't want any part of it. The more I thought about it, my grandmother, and Greg, you're right, they might, if they didn't work in the same building, they probably worked in the same industry.
Yep.
But this is, the 50s, the 60s, things like that. I mean, they were probably getting a good salary. They had a good pension. They had great job security. That was my grandmother. My grandfather worked at a place called Wharton Chemical. And nowadays, you get, these types of jobs, if they're available for a 21-year-old, they would probably turn down $22 an hour to go work in a mall that's dying for $12 an hour because they just want to sit at the counter all day and play with their devices. Nancy's in Penn Valley. She has some thoughts on what we were just talking about. Hello, Nancy.
Hi. Thank you for your show. I think we need jobs for everyone in our country. Not everyone wants to go to college, aspires to do that, and maybe not have the talents to do that. Mm-hmm. So we need to have jobs for other people too. Yeah. So that, Now the only problem with it would be that it would drive the cost of goods up, as we know that. Yeah. But that's what I think.
Yeah, no, Nancy, I agree with you. I appreciate the call. And for some people, they're fine doing jobs that are, quote, mundane and repetitive, the same thing day after day. That's one of the things that I never could do, which is why I love radio so much, is every day. Granted, we're generally talking about the same themes, but, it's the old adage, if you love what you do for a living, you never work a day in your life. I couldn't work on an assembly line, putting things together, right? Like that just would, I'm not gifted that way. Like I can't assemble anything.
Some people in the YouTube chat think you should be doing that instead of hosting a morning radio
Well, when
show.
you look at the ratings, then they can say, you know what? No, he's right where he's meant to be. Anna, could you work in an assembly line?
I feel like there are some days.
Could you work at Callahan brake pads like Tommy Boy?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: if I was guaranteed that no one could talk to me and I could just sit in silence, then maybe perhaps.
Oh, if you love not conversing with humans, just being left alone, it's a great job.
Yeah, but I can only imagine being put next to Chatty Cathy.
Oh,
and then it's just no. That's when I go postal and shoot everyone in the building.
You can live with it and tolerate it if you love it.
Yeah.
But if you despise going to work every day and you got to deal with that person that chit chats nonstop. You're right. You do want to blow your head
off. I could probably do the work at least, maybe part-time. But again, if someone next to me was chatting my ear off, absolutely not.
By the way, before we bring Tony Bruno in here, GQ007 says, I just love how Kayal types, a.k.a. never been fat and thin all their lives, are so judgmental of those they think are fat due to nothing more than themselves. Nick, you've been very public about the fact that you want to lose 20 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
yes.
yes.
And I can. So you shouldn't feel bad for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess he's basically saying that some people can't help themselves.
Yes.
Which I've said a million times when we talk about these miracle weight loss drugs and those that have to resort to taking them because they've tried dieting, they've tried exercising. When we talk about, quote, fatzos, I said the only disclaimer is I feel bad for those who genuinely have tried everything and have to resort to big pharma.
Yeah.
So stay with the show every single day.
He is.
Right?
He's here every day.
Then listen
or
better.
she. I don't know.
You can do something about it. I don't believe that it's hard. It's hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yeah.
So you
people need to stop
actually think
conflating
there is a possibility for those that have been medically deemed like, hey, you need Ozempic to save your life because you've genuinely given 100% towards doing it, quote, the right way?
You haven't given 100%.
You don't think so?
No way. Like, you could sit there and
Hey,
be
you're more
really
cold-blooded than I am.
No, you could sit there. It would be really uncomfortable to just be, like, hungry all the time.
Mhm.
But when people who are, like, hundreds of pounds overweight, they're like, well, I need to eat. I'm just like, no, you don't. Actually, you could go weeks without food and be totally fine because all that stuff called fat that's on your body, that's stored energy. It's going to get released when you stop eating.
Let's bring in a man who's finally under 200 pounds for the first time.
Because he got off of X and he went outside and he's doing a lot of home improvement and home modeling stuff. Tony Bruno. Hello, Tony.
Good morning. Good morning. I had a rough night last night. Unfortunately, there was a woman yelling at a guy singing opera in the hallway out here in Southwest Florida.
Funny. That happens to people sometimes.
I found my sources in Philadelphia, and I know the Philadelphia hotel scene very, very well. My sources say that it's Glenn Macnow who is auditioning, practicing for another one of his dinner theater shows that are coming up in the Philadelphia suburban areas.
I thought it was Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra.
No, they don't go. They don't do a cappella in hallways in hotel rooms in Center City, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I don't know. Joe's a capitalist. For the right price, they might show up. You never know.
By the way, guys, Brian from King Shooters is on the YouTube chat.
No
So,
way.
He is. He
Okay.
is. So
all right. So let's get to this story, Tony Bruno. This is great. I'm not sure if you saw this. So
I've seen everything, Nick. I couldn't see yesterday because I had to go have my eyes dilated, and I found out I had cataracts.
No.
And I was hoping for a Rinkin. I'm sorry, that's a bad.
No, that's a great joke. I just didn't have my rim shot ready.
It's a really bad
Is that
joke,
racist?
but it's really funny.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way,
Way
before we get to the gnome video, can we go full box on Tony? It looks like there's like a yellow tint to his glasses. Is that because of the eye procedure you had yesterday?
Oh, it does.
Yeah, they were dropped. I gotta say, Tyson. Good thing about living in Florida, there's like doctors and medical facilities every 10 feet, just like Philly.
Yeah.
So I went to this Tyson eye because my eyes have been bothering me. You know, you get older. I get new glasses every 2 years. I have my eyes checked.
Yep.
And I went in. So we made an appointment. I went to this place, and they did the most thorough eye exam I've ever had. They put stuff in my eye, yellow, and then another thing, and then they were looking into my eye, and you know, get that little puff thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual doctor, this is not an optometry where they try to sell you 6 pairs of glasses and 15 different lenses.
Was this an ophthalmologist?
Ophthalmologist.
Yeah.
And she's like 5'11", and she's awesome. And she's checking my eyes. She says, "You have cataracts." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, most people when you go to the eye doctor, they don't tell you have cataracts because they don't want to get involved in that."
Mm-hmm.
She says, "I'm telling you, that's not dangerous, but, you know, eventually maybe you'll have to have surgery." And I said, "Okay, I don't like anything in my eyes." But anyway, so they put this stuff in my eyes, and it's because of the dryness. Your eyes get dry, and then you need not just eye drops. You need that it's like a gel that goes and coats your eyelids.
Yep.
So you have to have different. And one thing for anybody who's using eye drops, make sure they're not out of date, because that stuff goes bad. You have to have sterile eye drops, and they're new ones called I forget what the term is, but they say it on. There's like you go into a pharmacy and there's like 7,000 different eye drops.
Mm-hmm.
If you have dry eyes and you're in a place where you have the fan on all the time, blowing in your eyes.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm okay. I can see now.
Thank God.
I can see clearly now.
The rain is gone.
Yes. And don't listen to Ben Stein for dry eyes. Try clear eyes. Remember that commercial with the Ben Stein dude?
Yeah.
That's a great pull by me. I should get a credit for that one.
You should get no credit.
Yeah.
He was the
They
original
have to be
Hollywood
preservative
conservative.
free. Yeah. You want preservative free eye drops.
It's good eye
None of that
knowledge.
junk in there. There's all that other stuff.
And Anna,
the eyes have it today.
Anna is correct. He was the original
Hollywood conservative.
Yes,
yeah, back in the day.
Because he worked for
Hollywood conservative. Remember when everybody wanted to win Ben Stein's money?
I still
and now
do.
they hate anybody.
Yes. Is he still alive?
Where is he? Did he
Yeah.
go? Did he run away
Let me see.
like Greta? Like Greta, the climate expert, as a teenager who's now pimping Palestinian protests. You notice how quickly she dropped the climate change nonsense and is now a pro-Palestinian protester.
Greta
Talk
the
about
grifter.
the biggest frauds ever exposed. Greta Thunberg was exposed as a fraud.
How dare you?
By the way, Ben Stein is 80 years old and still kicking.
Yep. He worked for the Nixon administration.
Yeah. He's also an attorney. I never knew that. Lawyer, actor, writer, comedian, and commentator.
His best role was Ferris Bueller.
Ah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I'm trying to think of what other movies I remember him in. Anyway, all right, let's get down to the hell with that. I want to go visual here.
Visual.
Let's get to Kristi Noem. Do we want to? Let's just play the video and then we'll kind of comment and react after that.
It's not a video. It's just a photo.
No, we have.
Oh,
a video.
there's video.
Oh
Okay.
yes,
All right,
yes. You want to go picture first, and it will as like a little teaser.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go with the picture first, Phil. That is not The Rock on the left, but that is Kristi Noem in the middle.
No.
Now, I have no idea what type of gun that is. It's a big badass gun. Obviously, she's dressed in her ICE apparel, looking phenomenal, by the way. Never anti-hot chick in military law enforcement apparel. It's a great look on her. Just telling you
With a
right now.
gun.
Yeah, but guys, yes, it's a great look.
I know.
But look at the way she's look.
She is aiming it right at that badass's head.
Poor guy.
Oh my God.
Let's go to the footage. We've got video. This is K2. I believe there's even commentary with it, and then we'll react after that.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
You're not going to make America
No.
safe. That
No.
poor guy next to you is not safe.
I'm surprised he doesn't turn around and
But,
just.
but wait a minute,
Hey, Toots.
As a guy who understands and has had gun training and has an AR and multiple firearms, and legally have, I had concealed carry in Philadelphia when I lived there after 2020 with that situation going on. So I got my concealed carry permit. But she doesn't have her finger anywhere near the trigger. That's what you have to realize. Just because she's holding a gun doesn't mean she's about to blow some guy's head off standing next to her.
I
Come
got
on,
a
man.
I got a ripper.
Are you not supposed to?
I got a ripper too. I don't want to see her kicking down doors. Although if she kicked down my door, I would gracefully, I would let her come in anytime she wanted.
That's right.
All right, Brian from King Shooter Supply Company there in King of Prussia.
Yep.
If you're on the YouTube chat, please give us a thumbs up or thumbs down on the way she's holding that. Tony's right. If you look at the picture, her finger is not on the trigger. However,
exactly.
I mean, come on. Like,
You're supposed to point it at someone's head.
Yes.
I jotted here's 5 things I observed. from
Five
this.
things
All right.
he observed.
First of all, these are the 5 things that went through my head when we saw this story last night. First of all, number 1, if I took a photo or a video like that with 1210 WPHT, I would be getting slaughtered by this audience right now. They would be unrelenting in the YouTube chat.
But you don't work for ICE. You if you had a police ICE sticker on, you would be fraud.
But
she actually is part of the police and ICE.
But the difference is, here's where I give her a little bit of a pass. She's not Tulsi Gabbard, right? She's not a former combat veteran. She's a politician. I don't think Kristi Noem has any military or police experience.
Well, she shot her dog. I mean, she at least knows, the kill shot and how to take the kill shot.
Further reason as to why she should be careful.
Remember when she shot her dog and had to explain why she shot her dog?
Old Yeller.
And so, listen, she's hot. Everybody knows that. I don't know why she does there, but I don't have a problem with that. Is it the whole thing about, yes, hold a gun like pretend that it's loaded all the time? But that's not that picture doesn't bother me as much as the fact that she has to be in every photo op.
Even
Alec
Baldwin,
with the ice age.
Even Alec Baldwin on the set of Rust thought that was reckless, Tony.
That's cold. That's cold.
By the way, Brian from King Shooters has weighed in. He says, "Yikes! Not the best look. She's hot, but common sense would suggest that she didn't do it right.
You know whose fault this really is the person taking the video. Like, you have people,
Exactly.
you have handlers around you that goes,
you're right.
Please don't, we're going to retake that. Maybe don't point it at the guy's head.
Yeah.
Second shot, go.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Well,
But
Sergeant Mark Fazzetti, who obviously knows law enforcement, says should be pointed down all wrong. That was a photo op. I agree. I don't like the optics. But anybody who's like, all these people who want guns removed are now mad because she's holding a gun, which is an actual weapon that the ICE agents and police use when they're going after the bad guys. And so I agree. I don't want her. You know, I don't like the fact that she's everywhere. But tell me that guy with the guns right next to a PH-16 there. What does it say on it? PH?
I don't know what that is.
The guy with the guns and the tack.
Oh,
the guy
yeah, with
right
a
next
shirt.
to
Yeah, PH-16.
Yeah.
Someone should have told her.
PH-16. I got some of that at Rite Aid when I got my eye drops yesterday. PH-16.
I'll tell you what, those dudes look like badasses, man. I would not want to be in this country illegally, and that guy knocks on my door at 4 a.m.
You're 100% right.
You're toast. You better self-deport. I'm telling you right now.
All right, should we put up a poll? Should we put up a poll question for our lovely YouTube audience?
Yeah.
What should it be?
Kristi Noem, poor gun form.
Nah, it's too wordy.
Nah,
Big,
come on,
big
man.
deal, small deal, no deal.
I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Let me just like, yes, there are more. Who cares at the end of the day? But you know, act like you've been there before. You know what I mean?
Yes.
All right.
Exactly.
Yeah, for those that are saying not a big deal, let's sub out the lady, insert a different lady from a different party. If that was Ketanji Brown Jackson or Janet Yellen or somebody from the Biden administration looked like an incompetent DEI boob, what would we be saying today?
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
You know, it's not my style to play
We saw Janet Yellen look like an incompetent boob old lady sitting there talking about transitory inflation. I mean, come on,
man.
There's not one member of the Biden administration who ever said anything that was true. How about Mayorkas? Oh, the border is secure.
Yeah,
you know, we can play whataboutism all the time.
I know. It's just fun to do it every now and then to piss people off.
I think the message is, you know, the border has been shut down. They said it couldn't be done. It's been shut down.
Yeah.
We have to tell these people who got that app to come into the country illegally to self-deport. How about charging them $998 a day if they're in the country illegally and won't leave?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. I agree. We had that in the big take. All right. We got a break before the cut sheet?
Yes, we have to break. Really quick, though, because we yapped too long about Kristi Noem.
Quick break. We'll come back. We'll get to the cut sheet, and that's on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about Acura today with their 2025 ADX. That is correct. The ADX is the latest addition to Piazza Acura and their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. With a turbocharged engine, all-wheel drive system technology, and that cutting-edge technology, the Acura ADX, engineered for those who demand more. And the best part of this, the price, it's not more. It's actually very affordable. $389 per month, that's right. Available now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. A lease for as low as $389 per month. Check them out right now, piazzaacura.com.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Hey, Dawn Stensland. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with all the styles, colors, and layouts online. Preview your perfect space before your free design consultation. Then, Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine all the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic, crafting over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Create different kitchen looks. Enjoy 40% off installation. kitchenmagic.com. Take advantage of 40% off installation. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So Let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose. Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want? Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and ahhing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. That's why you deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. They have the knowledge, and the diagnostic ability really prides himself on that to assess your specific situation and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. Don't put it off another day. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949 or bentzdentalgroup.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:52, Kayal and Company, as we roll on Wednesday morning. The great Tony Bruno with us from Florida. Anna Hummel's in here for Dawn Stensland all week. And now we get set to hand it off to the maestro of the cut sheet himself, Greg Stocker, midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's in the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution, at 856-848-4444. That's 856-848-4444. Call Garden State Earthworks today for your draining solutions, 856-848-4444. Thank you, Garden State Earthworks. Lou Varga and everybody there. We love you guys from Garden State Earthworks for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, Trump last night was at the National Republican Congressional Committee dinner. Try saying that.
What a production this was.
10 times fast.
It's RCCCC. It's RCCCCCCC.
Let's just go through some of his best lines here. He started off going after Adam Schiff.
This is phenomenal.
Yes.
Yes. 26, Phil. Roll it.
And that's with all of the difficulties and all of the fake investigations and the Adam Shifty Schiffs. Can you believe this guy? He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. And the biggest head. We call him watermelon head. I'd say, how could that big fat face stand on a neck that looked like this finger? How can it? It was the weirdest thing. It's a mystery. Nobody can understand it. But he's one of the most dishonest human beings I've ever seen. And, you know, how we can allow people like that to run an office is a shame, but we did. He was in charge of the witch hunt, you know. He was in charge of the fake witch hunt with Russia. It was a made-up story. Made up. Think of it. They make up a story. They know it's made up.
Comes the hands.
It's gone on for a year and a half, 2 years. Russia. I knew nothing about it. The only thing I knew was that I taxed the pipeline that I told you about, that I put all sorts of sanctions and everything else. They never had a problem like they had with me. But it was Russia, constant, as a method of, what they did is that was the complaint about why she lost an election, because crooked Hillary was expected to win the election. But they didn't see what we saw. We saw the biggest crowds in history gathering, only superseded by the crowds we just had. But here's a guy that goes out, and he goes to an intelligence hearing or whatever you might call it, and it's supposed to be secret. He'd walk out. He'd either make a call off the record, this is crooked Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff. He's a shifty Adam.
He's a shifty
Adam. Or he'd just go out blatantly and have a news conference. And because it had to do with me and my family, he'd go out and have a news conference, and he said, now, you've got to remember, he knows it's a hoax because he made it up with crooked Hillary.
The accordion.
So he knows it's a hoax because we're dealing with human beings on the other side. He'd say, Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, will spend many years in prison because of what he's done with Russia. Now, think of that statement on a human basis. I have a young son, who is being told that he's going for prison on something he doesn't even know what they're talking about. He said, Dad, I don't know what's going on. They keep talking about I'm involved with Russia.
I mean, not a young
I don't know anything about Russia. I swear to you, Dad.
Like 40.
And yet,
He's
Adam
older
Schiff
than
goes
that.
out
45.
and makes a statement about a hoax that he made up that he knows is false. How bad a human being do you have to be? They put my son and my family through that kind of trauma. These are bad people. These are sick degenerates. And
Yep.
Oh my God, I love it.
So for those trying to process all of that, a shifty atom is the opposite of a stagnant atom, right? The stagnant atom doesn't move around. The shifty atom, shifty Schiff, is a little weasel. By the way, the watermelon head.
Oh,
great.
That's sticking.
Great moment.
That's not going anywhere.
Right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we were talking about necks. We were talking about necks yesterday. You know, you got Rachel Maddow neck is like a giraffe.
Yep.
You know, and I can't wait for our buddy in Tennessee to do the whole shifty Schiff.
Oh.
You know, and the accordion, and I'm trying to get my hand motions to be like Trump. You do the accordion, then you do the thing up.
Yeah.
But the whole thing. He's right about Adam Schiff. Anybody who disagrees, you can hate Trump all you want, but Adam Schiff should be in prison. Adam Schiff should be held accountable. Not only did he get censured when he was a member of Congress in the House, then he gets elected to be senator, and he's up there conspiring publicly against the sitting president of the United States with that other guy with the bad wig, the bad hair from Maryland.
Raskin.
You got those three crumb bums, Jamie Raskin, you got Adam Schiff, and who was the other dirtbag yesterday at that soup? It was a public hearing where they were basically saying that Donald Trump must be taken out.
Yep.
You're a real crumb bum. You're a crumb creep.
Thank you.
You're a coward.
And a lush.
And a lush. Oh, of
I
course.
know a lush.
Yeah.
When I see
You
one.
are a lush. I can tell by looking at you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo.
Poor Anna's getting cold.
She is.
I know.
Anna's
She
getting
is.
chilly.
Yeah,
a little bit.
You put your put the earmuffs on. The earmuffs with the headphones. I always love when broadcasters wear like a winter hat while they're doing a show.
I can't help
in a
it.
studio.
You need to.
I would tell you to go to Macy's and get another coat, but they're out of business. They're closed. I don't know where you can go now.
I'm gonna sound like your father, Anna, but maybe you need to put some meat on those bones to,
Really?
you wouldn't be so
I
cold.
feel like I'm running a little hefty these days, but
You think you are?
27 here.
You should see me trying to get off the couch.
You still up a half a pound?
I'm not going to check until Saturday. Next weigh-in will be Saturday.
Okay.
We might go live on social. I'll let people know later.
Cut 27 here. This is Trump on tariffs, the border, women's sports. Basically saying he's done exactly what he pledged to do, which you can't
Nevada,
argue with.
call it Nevada. But as you know, the corrupt globalist establishment that ruled our country for decades is now complaining that I'm doing exactly what I pledged to do in the campaign. All of these things, tariffs, the men and women's sports, everything. The borders, strong borders. We have the strongest border we've ever had today. It was just announced. Strongest border.
Yeah, we gave you the data from Harry Enton of CNN. I mean, 86% of Americans, regardless of Republican, Independent, or Democrat, are of the belief he's doing precisely what he said. And if you don't think he is, or you don't know, and you want to verify it, go to his campaign website. There's the 20-point bullet agenda for his 2024 platform. He's either achieved it, has started it, or is in the process of getting to the finish line pretty much on every single one of them. I mean, 111 executive orders in less than 100 days in your first 100 days. We haven't seen that since the 50s. It's remarkable. He's doing the opposite of Biden, which is taking time off and passing out in a beach chair.
Just keep going in order here, Phil. This is where he.
By the way, good one by 91 Sixers. He says Anna looks like Clark Griswold watching film in the attic in Christmas Vacation. Remember when he goes up there?
What a great reference. I love that guy. He's my favorite. He's my favorite YouTuber.
LSXer?
Yeah,
he's good.
91 LSXer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Trump talks about Jasmine Crockett here. Roll this.
Looking back, and I said before, the Democrats have taken a lot of beatings. They have lost their confidence. They've gone crazy. How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crockett. How about her?
Davy Crockett.
Is that real? Are they serious about that? That's their new star? If that's their new star, they're in serious trouble. I mean, this is Crockett. Oh man. But we have,
there you go.
I mean, it's awful. It's like rolling out a new sports show and calling it the best show ever when it's not really close to the best show ever. It's just, you can't, I mean, if this is what you're going to roll the dice with and try to say that you're the best, I mean, if Jasmine Crockett, God's honest truth here, no disrespect to females.
Yeah.
If Kamala Harris, say what you want. She got 76 million votes.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you want about that, right? That's more than now. She got smoked by Trump because Trump took all 7 swing states, first Republican to win popular vote in 20-some years. She got more votes than Obama, for whatever that's worth. I don't know if it's just because there's more people that eligible. Maybe they're fake voter. I don't know. You call it whatever you want.
Migrants, yeah.
If you think Kamala was bad and got 76 million votes, Jasmine Crockett, I don't think she would eclipse 62 million votes. That was Trump's number in 2016 when he defeated Hillary but still lost the popular. I do not think Jasmine Crockett, if she's the Democrat nominee, and she won't be, trust me, she's just a big mouth, she will not eclipse 60 million votes. She will get rallied.
By the way, on the We Done Picking Cotton, have you noticed there's new ads for all these American cotton, high-end cotton companies now? And they say that they still use people of all colors to pick their cotton, but they're giving them a fair wage in this country. So now you see all this high-end cotton products being sold, and the actual owners of these companies are running ads showing that we sustainably pick cotton and we still use people to pick the cotton by hand. So a lot of stuff is, when they pick vegetables and different things, they have machines now that do it, but they still pick cotton by hand. So this We Done Picking Cotton stuff has absolutely nothing to do with slavery. It has to do with cotton still has to be picked, and some companies will pay people more in the United States to pick it than we did during slavery, which is why Jasmine Crockett is dumber than a box of rocks.
I bet you, to your point, I bet you these companies, I bet you'd be shocked. that they pay by how much they probably pay to do that today. And I'm sure you're not doing it necessarily directly by hand. You've got machinery and technology and who knows what type of equipment you use. We should do that as a poll question.
Yeah.
Would you rather do
Would
that?
you pick cotton?
Well, what are we talking about here? $250,000 a year?
Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
Yeah.
You know, did I just fall out of a turnip tree? I mean, come on, man.
Would you rather pick cotton at $40 an hour in America or be a part-time radio producer? Poll question.
Kevin has a good point. He says, F cotton, grow hemp instead. No need for pesticides, and it's stronger. I agree with that, by the way.
Exactly.
And it might be softer too.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's the bamboo stuff that's coming out. Yeah, that's maybe what it is.
Yeah, I'm anti-cotton T-shirt. I don't use the cotton polo anymore or the cotton T-shirt. I like that.
Because they shrink?
Well,
or?
they shrink. They're heavy. You ever see anybody with like a cotton polo, the old school, real heavy ones anymore? No, they're like all that fiber, micro fiber.
Sweat wicking.
Yeah. That's what I love.
Yeah.
On cut 29 on the tariffs here. This is the line that's making all the headlines. Roll it.
It's the biggest transaction ever made. This is bigger than any deal. You guys, some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. This is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything, sir. And then I'll see some rebel Republican, some guy that wants to grandstand. Sir, I think that Congress should take over negotiations. Let me tell you, you don't negotiate like I negotiate. Congress takes over negotiating. Sell America fast because you're going to go busted. You don't. I just saw it today. A couple of your congressmen said, I think we should get involved in the negotiation of the tariffs.
A lot of
that's
bronzer
what
on
I
him, by
need.
the way.
I need some guy telling me how to negotiate. I tell you, the happiest people.
Maybe go easy on the bronzer, sir.
Sir.
Well, there's some good drops. That speech last night has at least 10 good drops we should add to the repertoire.
Jimmy Kelly, chop that baby up for us. I need the kissing the ass and everything else. Break it down. It's due by Friday. Do you think? Forget the. And look, by the way, I just had this. I should have shared this the first time I saw it. Breaking news on the tariff front. I saw it. Axios. Trump and America just upped. Let me give it to you. Hold on. Breaking. China launches a massive tariff retaliation on U.S. goods. This is courtesy of Axios, and it's now an 84% levy on exports from the U.S. Beijing just announced about 30 minutes ago.
Wow.
So I said in the big take this morning, this is going to be the battle of all battles, America versus China. Trump's right from the standpoint of all these other nations, whether they've called him directly or there's been preliminary talks. A lot of these smaller nations are eventually going to tap out to America. China's the ultimate test. Of course,
they don't even do any. The thing that bugs me is that all these so-called journalists are talking about little islands that have penguins on them. That's what that broad on CBS Sunday mornings who gets absolutely destroyed every single Sunday. I don't watch the show. I just watch the clips of her. What's her name?
Margaret Brennan.
Margaret Brennan.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who gets owned more than Margaret Brennan on CBS on Sunday mornings? Nope. I mean, slaves weren't owned as much as she is.
Oh, wow.
J.D. Vance dunks on her on a bi-weekly basis.
Yeah.
Exactly right. So, but the bottom line is this whole thing, China, there was a map this morning that I saw, and this is a legitimate one, of where China is investing in infrastructure. They're buying farms in the United States.
Yeah.
The infrastructure that they're building in all of these adjoining countries on that side of the world, that's scary because they're using the money that we provide. They steal our stuff. They make stuff cheap. They pay their people nothing because they're communist. So they have slave labor producing this stuff, and then they take that money and then build infrastructure so they can control the rest of that hemisphere.
Mm-hmm. Well, to that point, this is actually in China, but it shows the ingenuity. This is 21, Phil. It shows the ingenuity of what they're doing. When you think of what we accomplish here in this country or build, you know what I mean, next to nothing. And China this is the Huaijiang Grand Canyon Bridge. It's set to open this year.
Yes.
Becoming the world's tallest bridge at 20,050 feet high. Recent footage of the bridge has been released showing crews putting on the finishing touches. One of the most insane facts about the bridge is that construction began in 2022. Meaning it took just 3 years for it to be built. The bridge is nearly a mile long and stands 9 times higher than the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. And it only cost them $280 million.
So they can build this quicker than I can get my potholes on the Cal Pike fixed.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Again, the point. Roll this video. Look at this thing. Look how high up that is.
Yeah, this is a hard no for me.
Jesus.
Would not be driving.
No.
Would not be driving across
Absolutely
that.
not.
No.
And you think those construction workers are making $150 an hour?
No. By the way, this bridge will cut travel time for drivers from an hour to a minute.
And look at that. Look at the vehicle driving along the road. Look at this.
Yep.
Swerving like a madman.
Yep.
No, I'm out. How long does it take to get across that?
And how many lives were lost?
I know.
More than the wall?
But but again, guys, like Tony's right. What they're building, what they're investing in, it's insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said earlier this morning, I mean, they have that killer instinct. I mean, they get things done over there. They get it done in Florida, too.
Yeah.
Remember, and speaking of China.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony, you should know this, and Anna, you should know this as well. I mean, China, for a while, was trying to, and I think actually executing it. They were buying farmland in Florida, and I believe in the last 2 years, DeSantis put an end to that, didn't he? Or he signed
Exactly, and then they're buying farmland all over this country.
Yep.
They're buying the cattle farms, and they're growing their beef on our farmland. And then everybody's complaining about Trump wanting to get the tariffs straightened out so that we build our own stuff, which we can do. We still have cattle farms. You know, we still have dairy farms. We still produce our own stuff, and we export it. China does exports junk. And we buy it because we retreat, because Walmart sells it, the dollar stores sell it, Temu sells it, and then people want to pay less, you know, and expect the same quality that can be produced. But the problem is, remember back in the day when I was growing up, there were guys making $50 an hour working, you know, difficult jobs, welding and constructing bridges and stuff. And they had a family and they had a house and they had 3 kids and they could still send their kids to school and not worry about anything. Now you need 3 people working 24/7 just to try to make your monthly nut.
Yeah. By the way, Robot Speed 989 says we haven't even started to rebuild the bridge in Maryland yet.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a great point. They built a bridge out of nothing. That nothing was there in 3 years.
Governor Wes Moore.
Mayor Pete's still working on it though. He goes by every month and checks on the progress there.
Who they judge?
20. This is 39. This is 30. Phil, sorry about that. Nick's favorite Senator John Kennedy.
I would, but and just to clarify, I would leave my wife for John Kennedy.
They sat down. They sat down. A bunch of GOP senators sat down with Sean Hannity yesterday. I guess at this correspondence dinner that they were doing.
Yeah.
And Kennedy said this about tariffs.
What the president has talked about.
But you agree we're being ripped off?
Yes. Look, China is probably the worst example, but not the only one. God created the world, but everything else is made in China. I mean, we know that. That just reflects reality today. But they're not the only one.
How about gumbo, John? Is gumbo made in China?
But they're not the only one. But because President Trump has done what he's done, and I'm not saying it hasn't been tough with the market, it has been. But we would not be in this situation able to negotiate lower tariffs and trade barriers if President Trump hadn't done what he has done. I just want him to see him turn Scott Bessent loose. He and Scott take them one at a time, and let's lower these tariffs and let American businesses compete with the world, and may the best product and the best price win, and we'll all be better off.
I would like to keep it less complicated because sometimes there's a few other issues that have been.
I would like to do whatever President Trump says.
God, what a brown noser. You had Tim Scott there. You had Ted Cruz. You had Lindsey Graham. I think Tom Cotton, and then Mark Wayne Mullen, John Kennedy, and who was the female? Katie Britt from Alabama.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, you talk about here's what I would say right towards the end there, where he talks about lowering tariffs and let's have competition. If you're a believer And I think it's more of those on the right than the left. If you're a believer in the marketplace of ideas for free speech, where you don't believe in censoring and canceling others or shouting others down, but having a conversation, you give your idea, I give my idea, and then we let society determine what's the best idea. I think that's kind of apples to apples here with tariff and trade. Let's all compete, and may the best country win. Whoever makes the better product at the better rate, let the consumers decide and not keep punishing the everyday citizen. And oh, by the way, you know, we're complicit as well as humans because we're the ones buying this garbage from Temu.
Yep.
I'm going to start tariffing my wife and daughters if they buy any more junk. Slapping with 100%
I'll tell you
tariff.
what, though, when I see some of those products, like the little tractors you can buy, and then they send it over, and little cars, and that's tempting for people. That's why, Hakeem Jeffries is Hakeem. He's Temu Obama in Washington. I think he gets most of his goods from Temu in China. By the way, did you see the other controversy, the garlic? So there was a picture of garlic in an American grocery store, and when you look at it, it's on the label. It says made in China. We have Gilroy, California is the garlic capital of the world.
Yes, it
but
is.
We still have to import garlic from China?
It's an
Did you
outrage.
see that label? There's a label, somebody in a grocery store held up a one head of garlic, and then it had the list of it, and at the bottom it says made in China, grown in China. We have to import garlic from China?
Yeah.
How do you like your garlic, Tone? You like the single bulb, or you buy the sleeve with like 5 of them?
I have one rule. There's no such thing as too much garlic.
Agreed.
Too much red wine.
Yep.
And too much sex. I mean, those are my 3. There's no such thing as.
Yes. And as unless you're John Kennedy, he prefers eggs over sex.
I like omelets better than sex.
Exactly.
What?
Did you hear his? Do you have the clip of him talking about AOC?
No.
Well, I know he's talking about this entire group of squad Dems when he says this.
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
The one Republican, not the one, but the most vocal Republican against all these tariffs is Senator Rand Paul. He was on Fox News yesterday discussing some of this stuff, and this is what he said.
There's a fundamental argument we have to have in this country. Is trade good or bad? The president and his counselors seem to think that in trade someone gets ripped off. The truth of the matter is this, that all trade is mutually beneficial, and really the U.S. doesn't trade with China. You trade with Walmart. So when I go to Walmart, if I pay $10 for a shirt, I want that shirt, and they want my $10, and we both go away from the deal having succeeded. We mutually benefited. That's the only reason trade happens. And then if you add it all up and say, oh, China's ripping us off, it makes no sense. Trade deficits are not real accounting. It's a fake accounting, and it doesn't mean anything. What means something is if you look at trade deficits in proportional to prosperity, the higher the trade deficits, the more prosperity. The lower the trade deficits, the less prosperity. We get a reduction in trade deficits when we go into a recession. We get an expansion of trade deficits when we're in a boom. So really nothing about a trade deficit gives any real useful instruction to the economy.
Well, actually, I don't know whether you're surprised or not, but I agree with you about trade deficits. Actually, I've been riffing about it on the show. That's, I think, a lousy benchmark. But, Senator, what do? There are unfair trading practices, and there are markets that are closed to us. And Mr. Trump, you can agree or disagree with his tactics and so forth. But the reality is he's trying to open markets, and he's trying to use reciprocal tariffs. He would like to have tariff rates on both sides come down to zero. He'd like to have foster a position where non-tariff barriers would come down to zero. And the United States, we've been at the short end of that stick for a long time. The World Trade Organization opposes us. China has been very bad. In other words, this is the best way, it seems to me, to get freer trade is what Mr. Trump is trying to achieve.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I discussed right after the big take this morning, where you have guys like Elon Musk and Rand Paul. And by the way, I like Rand Paul, and I think a lot of this audience likes Rand Paul, but we can disagree if you're pro-tariff. I mean, Elon Musk is not a fan of tariffs, but to get to free trade for both sides, this might be necessary. Again, every other nation is tariffing the United States, and we talked about it. John Kennedy even said, China doesn't have inflation. They have deflation. the doom and gloom over America and the cost of goods going up. Well, if tariffs are such a terrible tool to have economic prosperity, why is every other nation using them and having success with it? I mean, if Biden was rolling out tariffs, would the narrative be today from the mainstream media that tariffs are a bad tool? I don't think we would come close to hearing the same negative fear-porn rhetoric from those that are opposed to tariffs.
Yeah, just kind of, it goes back to your whole resist thing.
Right.
Where it's just because Trump is the mouthpiece that everyone who hates Trump is just against it by default, I guess.
Yeah. And Bruno, the other thing with this, too, is it's not like Trump, the only tool he has in his cabinet of tools is tariffs to make the economy great. He's doing it from an energy perspective, from a DOGE perspective, cutting spending. It's a 3 or 4 different pronged approach, and tariffs seem to be the most volatile, risky one of them all. And if Trump's wrong, he's wrong, and then he should get criticized for it. And he's even said it might backfire. He's not sat there and said that this is absolutely going to be pain-free. He's told you it might suck for a while. Right now, we haven't seen that, but we're early on in the process.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to the far left and the media, which is the far left. They're still running interference for all the anti-Trump people out there. And Trump could cure cancer tomorrow, and they would still be opposed to it. Just like these immigrants being removed, and they're calling them, young dads and being deported and all this stuff. And then we find out they have long rap sheets. A guy in New York yesterday, he was an American. He had like 50 rap sheets, and he was like slashing people in New York City on the cover of the New York Times today. How many chances do we give criminals, whether they're Americans or foreigners, who are committing crimes, violent crimes in our cities, and we just keep letting them out of jail? And you watch, Larry Krasner is going to win re-election again, even though anybody who votes for him should have their head examined in Philadelphia.
I agree.
This guy is the worst thing to happen to Philly since, I can't even think, since Jim Kenney.
Wow. Yeah. By the way, Tony Baxter says that Chinese garlic is bleached white. The roots are white. The American garlic has brown roots, which is healthy garlic to eat. Yeah. So there you go. If you're
but when you go into a supermarket, do you assume that the garlic is coming from China?
No.
You just want garlic. You get the bag with 6 of them in there.
I just assume everything's coming from China. Honestly.
That's a safe bet.
It's a safe bet. Honestly, I just assume nothing is made here.
John Kennedy said
grown
it.
Here.
God created Earth and China made everything else.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
That's a great line.
I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday. The House Oversight Committee did a hearing on the administrative state that indulged in, quote, $4.6 billion on new furniture since October of 2020.
Yeah.
They should have went to Bucks County Estate Traders. It's been way cheaper than that.
Thank you. You're right.
What the hell are they doing?
Despite nearly half of all federal employees working remotely, the president of the watchdog group, Open the Books, he's the CEO, John Hart, told the House Oversight Committee on Tuesday, every family can relate to the cost of furniture. That's why taxpayers are so incensed when they learn that federal agencies are freely spending billions of dollars every year on high-end pieces. Open the Book CEO John Hart told members of the Delivering on Government Efficiency Subcommittee. Since fiscal year 2021, executive agencies have spent $4.6 billion on furniture alone. That amount could buy $9.2 million American families a modest $500 kitchen table.
So this
They
is
could have gone to the dump or unclaimed freight. I mean, what happened? Whatever happened to unclaimed freight and the dump?
The dump. Yep.
So this is furniture in government buildings that are not occupied because we have remote hacks.
This is cut 17. $4.6 billion on furniture? Like, really? I mean, come on. Roll this.
On high-end pieces. Since fiscal year 2021, executive agencies have spent more than $4.6 billion on furniture alone.
Wow.
That amount could buy 9.2 million American families a modest $500 kitchen table. During the peak years of the COVID emergency, from 2020 to 2022, agencies spent $3.3 billion on furniture, even as work migrated to Zoom. The SEC managed to spend $700,000 furnishing a single conference room in New York. And social distancing guidelines failed to keep even the Centers for Disease Control from buying solar-powered picnic tables with charging ports that by their own rules should have sat unoccupied.
Yeah.
And an added burden for taxpayers is that many spaces are in long-term disrepair, as we mentioned before. Federal buildings need $370 billion in fixes.
My God. It's just infuriating. Is there a part of you that wishes that you didn't know this stuff? I mean, at the end of the day, if we end up getting lower costs, lower prices, and some tax kickbacks to us from DOJ, which they say are coming, that's great. But there's a part of me that just gets so infuriating as a fiscal conservative. Like, this is why I think people like Trump and Elon Musk are good in the political arena in 2025, because they're business guys, right? Like, it's when you're running a business, you know what you have to spend and what you don't have. When you're running government with no business experience and you're just getting all this tax dollar implementation coming in and you're just burning through it like a drunken $4.6 billion. And what
furniture no one's using.
What was the
But Nick? When I was doing the mornings at the old WCAU back in 1990, I used to have a government expert on about government waste back then.
Yeah.
We were talking about $700 hammers and all toilet seats. So the government has been wasting our tax dollars. Nobody's been paying attention for decade after decade after decade. And every president, whether it was Obama, Bill Clinton, they all called for government accountability, but nobody ever did anything about it. And now that Trump's done it, he's the bad guy. Right. Listen, I have a son and daughter-in-law who are now, on pins and needles because they work for the IRS. They may lose their jobs any second now. And that's horrible. I don't want to see my son with 2 young kids and daughter-in-law out of work. But they have to drive now from their home in Maryland all the way down to the IRS building. That's what's happened. They're now being told to go back to the office, and that's what you have to do to keep your job. So it's one of those things, are you right or wrong? People, we have all these government buildings that are empty, and we're still paying rent on them, and they're in disrepair. In disrepair. It's like our schools. Our schools are a mess. Nobody's putting money into fixing them. It's an outrage, as someone once said.
Exactly right.
Over on MSNBC, they are still arguing about why Kamala Harris lost.
Oh, this will be good.
And it's because...
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Sexism.
Racism!
Well, that was going to be my
Close. Racism is the correct answer. Come on, man.
That's a good point.
Because they didn't want to elect a black woman.
Okay. So it's the double statement. It was a female and a minority.
I don't know what it's going to take for 78 million Americans to deal with what motivated them to make this choice. And the choice that they've made, we have to just be honest, is to literally throw the Republic into the trash bin. And this is just one example. The tariffs is another, right? They made the choice. Now, what was behind it?
Is that Paul Pierce?
We have to grapple with it.
What was behind it?
Because it's the snake, it's the beast coiled up in the heart, the bosom of the country, as Frederick Douglass said. And the fact that they are doubling down on this shows you what kind of human beings they actually are. We chose a felon. Who is more interested in loyalty, who's more interested in retribution, who's more interested in grift than in democracy. And we chose a felon because we didn't want to elect a black woman.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
so to
exactly
read
what it was,
that, to actually explicate that, is to say we would rather destroy the Republic than for that to have happened.
And the sad part
that's
about
what it was. That's exactly. This is a guy. This is a Princeton professor.
Yes.
Princeton University. That's why we have to take all the federal money away from all of these stinking schools, especially the Ivies. The Ivies are the worst thing that ever happened to this country. They used to be admired. Now they're garbage, and they're run by garbage people like this clown.
Yeah. This is the kind of guy that in 2028, I guarantee you, let's say Josh Shapiro runs for president. He's the Democrat nominee. Let's say Josh Shapiro wins. He won't be happy that a Democrat won. He'll come back on 3 years later and say, we trotted out Kamala Harris. It took a white straight man from Pennsylvania for the Democrats to win again because it proves that America's racist. No. And by the way, he's implying there that 78 million Americans voted for Trump and against Kamala because we're racist. No, we voted against her for a litany of reasons, and due to the time constraints, I'll just give you one. She tried to put price caps on businesses. That is
I'll give you another one.
communist,
I'll give you another one.
socialist,
Waltz.
failed agenda.
Tim Waltz and Kamala Harris self-imploded their own party. That's why they lost. Because they were bad candidates, and this whole they only had 100 days thing doesn't fly because he had been vice president for 4 years. You know, these people are covering up all the stuff that went on during that administration where Joe Biden was the guy that the character where he didn't know where he was, Being There.
Yeah.
Remember that movie, Being There?
Sure.
Joe Biden was being there. Nobody knew where he was. And this guy is out there talking about racism still, almost a half a year since the election.
What does he teach? What does he teach at Princeton?
I have no idea.
Not political science.
Race baiting.
Race baiting 101.
Media grifting 101.
Yeah.
Speaking of racism or racist scenarios here or topics for the media, the Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf situation here. I wanted to, because I'm seeing a lot of people saying that that we're only interested, meaning we, the media, is only interested in this because a black man stabbed a white kid, and it's racism because we just see the black kid stabbing a white kid.
Well, media has no interest in sensationalizing black on black or white on white crime.
Yeah.
Media only has an interest in sensationalizing when a marginalized community is on the receiving end of violence, or they ignore it when they are the aggressor.
So, two clips here. Lawyers for Carmelo Anthony, the person who we don't even have to say alleged because he's admitted.
He admitted it. Yeah.
He told people, I did it.
They're demanding that his murder charge be downgraded. They want a $1 million bond reduced because they're saying that the brutal stabbing of Austin Metcalf, according to the newly released police report, was in quote self-defense. That's what they're saying. Let's listen to the lawyer.
Retained this morning, defense attorney Derek Walpole agreed to speak on behalf of Carmelo Anthony's family.
I know that my client said that it was self-defense. I don't have any reason to disbelieve that, but I needed to develop facts and talk to people and figure out what's going on before I make any statements about what I think happened. I don't have any reason to think it wasn't self-defense at this time.
You know, this is one
self-defense. I mean, like, he had a knife.
Right.
The other kid didn't.
Right.
That's not self-defense.
Right. I mean, if somebody, now, look, if I'm wrong, somebody can fact check me, correct me, that's fine. If somebody, I guess, does it come down to, and maybe I should know this, does it come down to the alleged aggressor? Let's say that would be Austin Metcalf in this situation. Let's look at it from Carmelo Anthony's defense perspective. If Austin Metcalf, if it's known to you, Carmelo Anthony, that he does not have a weapon on him and merely only shoved you, pushed you, put your hands on you, I don't think that rises to any level of pulling out a knife and stabbing somebody in the heart, right? Like if Austin Metcalf had a knife, or if Austin Metcalf picked up a cinder block or a deadly weapon and you felt like you had to resort to the weapon that you had on you as your belonging at the time, the knife, then it becomes more justifiable as self-defense. I'm trying to visualize the setting because, again, it's still a mystery to me that nobody has film of this.
Do you have stand your ground laws like we do in Florida?
Nope.
Okay.
No, we don't.
But this is Texas, though, right?
Yeah, this is right.
Texas is definitely a stand your ground state.
Okay. Yeah. Because I don't know if you remember this, Tony, but there was a situation in Clearwater, I want to say in 2018, at a gas station where there was like some dispute over a parking spot. And a black man shoved a white man on the ground. And once he was on the ground, even though the black man started to retreat, the white guy shot him. And there was no arrest made for like a year. And people lost their minds. And eventually it was reversed and he went to prison for life.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a situation like that.
Because
where
he went to jail because even though it's a stand your ground state, he backed up and
he felt
the conflict should have been over there.
Yeah, the only requirement was that he had to feel like his life was in danger, which is super subjective.
Think about this. 7 years later, we're talking about a seat at a track meet. And what Anna's just referencing, we're talking about a parking spot.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Over on so there's the hashtag of Free Carmelo is trending on like Instagram and stuff, and you have all of these race baiters who are basically saying that this was racism, and this
even if it was, you can't stab someone in the heart. Like you can't.
Yeah.
People are like, well, what if he said a slur? You can't kill someone
Right.
because they called you an insult.
Yeah,
right.
By the way, just to put a little, there's a GoFundMe right now for Carmelo Anthony. It is up to $273,000.
Oh wow! I would have thought it'd be at $1 million by now.
It's. I'm surprised. You're not surprised that it's that much? It's $250,000
In this day and age of stupid people, no.
The night is young.
I mean, our government just gave up $4.6 billion for chairs.
Yeah.
roll this brain surgeon.
Y'all not gonna make me believe or feel any kind of sympathy for Austin Metcalf at all. He put his hands on that young man when he should have kept them hands to himself. When the young man told him, touch me and see, you bet not touch me, that meant that I don't want you in my space. I don't want you touching me. Rosa Parks days is over.
Gotcha.
You cannot think that you can move somebody out of a seat that you don't own and think that it's going to be okay. And you can't determine how I'm going to retaliate on you when you put your hands on me in an aggressive manner. Austin Metcalf got exactly what he deserved.
Oh, my God.
Point blank, period.
Stupid taking
It's time
it
out for feeling sorry for somebody's feelings or feeling emotional about somebody's feelings. Austin Metcalf should have kept his damn hands to himself. Point blank, period.
Oh, my God.
Point blank,
You know,
period.
I did a search of this a few days ago. I think this might have been late last week or on Saturday. And very few mainstream media outlets even pulled up results. And I just searched Carmelo Anthony again with a K. You have ABC talking about what we just played, Newsweek, The Independent, CBS, Fox News. On the first page of my search results here from Google, nothing from MSNBC, nothing from CNN.
Yep.
Ask yourself why. I would argue this case is, without having seen any video evidence, this is close to an open and shut case. Doesn't matter if he said something, like Anna mentioned, or it doesn't even matter with that girl right there in that video that we played. Don't put your hands on me. If you do, you're going to find out. So you put your hands on me. Let's just say on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 3 as far as force, right? That does not justify homicide with a deadly weapon.
Right.
He's cooked. Unless there's an activist judge or a bunch of terrible people selected for the jury through the voir dire process, this guy is going to go to jail probably for the rest of his life. Carmelo Anthony, that is.
As well.
I think.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And it would be
I
almost
read yesterday that this kid, Carmelo Anthony, had no business even being there. He had nobody in the track meet. He was there. He brought a knife in a backpack, and that's fine. You can bring a knife as long as you're not using it. So that's going to be obviously evidence that why would you bring a knife in a backpack to a track meet where you had nobody that you knew participating? You weren't involved with any of the track and field people, and you just decided to show up and then get into some verbal spat and pull a knife and kill a guy. There's no doubt he pulled a knife and stabbed this kid. And then the guy, the dad of the killed son, the twin brother, he says, if it wasn't for my faith, I wouldn't be here. He said he forgives the killer, even though the law will have to do its own thing. So the father of the victim was saying he forgives the killer. Yet then now you got all these race hustlers playing that game where I don't care what you do. If you look at me the wrong way, I'm going to kill you. And that's the way it is. That's just insane.
It is.
I think that dad is a pansy.
You think so?
I think he's a beta. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, the mom is definitely on the opposite end.
Oh, exactly.
She's still.
That's why they're not together.
Yeah.
His dad was a wimp.
I got to be honest. I would be probably more like the mom as well.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Now I might eventually get to the point in life where I've forgiven.
Well, I have
not on day 3.
Not
murder.
not on day 3.
No,
I'm raging on day 3.
No. Yeah, I have no love in my heart for that because I'm not religious, so I can't, turn the other cheek with this.
Right.
I believe, what's it, the Old Testament with an eye for an eye? Yeah. That's what I believe. I believe that part of the Bible.
You believe in firing squads too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Stocker wants to just take everybody out.
I do. The world would be a better place if I was in charge.
That's why I try not to anger him too often. Wiping me out.
We're still doing this
But
thing.
you know what the target is for this? It's not GoFundMe now. It's What's it called now? Give, Send, Go.
Oh.
271,503 as of this morning. Guess what the target is? $350,000.
Yeah.
Who determines that you need $350,000?
The lawyer.
In this case.
A lawyer looking for his compensation.
Yeah, somebody on the YouTube chat said they took the GoFundMe down. They did, but to Tony's point, it is under now givesendgo.com, which is where you can donate to that, which sick people are donating. Just
why I think
people.
this is a losing
Sick
case?
people. Yeah.
Is Ben Crump didn't rush to rescue this guy and be the defense attorney.
Yeah, he always pops up.
Oh, yeah. He's the new Johnny Cochran.
Yeah.
But this, so we're still doing these things with Tesla here, where
is that still a thing?
Yeah, where people. This deranged woman in Las Vegas erupts in a fit of road rage, screaming at a Tesla driver and claiming that, quote, Elon owned people like you, because he was the person driving the Tesla was black, which in my mind is a little racist.
What?
You know?
Yeah, did you see? I saw this video.
Yeah,
it's a chick screaming at a black guy driving a Tesla.
Roll this. This is courtesy of NBC3 in Vegas there.
What's your...
Oh, and you're black. You know he owned people, right?
So
you
what
know he was a slave owner.
Shut the up.
How dumb are you?
Shut the up.
Oh
She
my!
gets out of the car. Loser! While she's driving.
Look at her.
The car swerves.
Oh God! I wish you would have run into a
white
pole.
Karen going after a black guy driving a Tesla.
Yep.
But that's not racism, right?
Nope.
Oh, these women.
White liberal women are the biggest threat to democracy.
White liberal women are the worst creatures on earth. Sorry to say it.
Yep.
I still have to meet a white liberal woman who makes any iota of sense. And by the way, women should no longer be allowed to be on the United States Supreme Court too. If I were king of the world, get the women off the Supreme Court.
Yeah. Tony does not
conservative and liberal. That is.
Tony doesn't like.
I don't care about their political leaning.
Amy
well,
Coney
in the
Barrett.
Supreme Court, I say no women should be on the Supreme Court, and no women should be allowed to drive if they're certifiably insane like that woman.
Yeah.
That woman should be arrested and institutionalized ASAP.
You see what happens, Anna? We allowed you broads to vote like 106 years ago.
Yes.
And now you guys think you just control everything.
You know what's funny? If I lost the right to vote, I wouldn't even protest. That's how much I'm against protesting. If they're like, women can't, I'd be like, what's the bathroom situation at the protest? Porta potties? I'm not voting, and I don't care. I'll be home at my eating snacks and watching Love on the Spectrum. Don't care. I don't even care about my rights.
That's what Elon Musk's first porn tape will be called.
Oh my God! Have you guys seen that show?
No.
No.
Please go home and watch Love on the Spectrum.
I do not watch any of those.
No.
TLC used to be the learning channel.
Tony, listen to me.
What?
This one's different. I don't watch these dating shows. I'm not a bachelorette type girl. This is a dating show following people with autism, okay?
Wow.
And they go out on dates. See? Now, you're sold, right? The most
Well, I'm not sold.
cringy.
I don't have time to watch any of these shows. I really don't.
If you enjoy watching comedians bomb on stage, it's a similar feeling to that.
Have you seen the show on TLC with the girl that has Tourette's?
Yeah, I've seen her on Instagram and stuff.
She's the best.
Yeah, she is.
I want her on the show.
Yeah, Bailey or Baylin or something.
Baylin,
yeah, I've seen her before.
We've reached out.
She's pretty funny.
We've reached out to her.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest with you, I was like, she can co-host an hour. If
Yes.
she wants to.
You're gonna have to dump buttons so many times.
I don't care. I don't care. It'll be great radio. It would be great radio.
The best thing I've learned from Anna now the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Is that she uses the word broad.
She does.
And that's old school to me. That's old school. That's Rat Pack. That's Sinatra. That's old school for a young woman.
Yes.
Congratulations. Broad is an underused underused term.
I use all the words. The other B word, the C word.
Yep.
I don't care.
Yep.
It doesn't. Words don't really hurt my feelings.
Is broad an offensive term for women?
Listen, Tony, I'm not like other broads. I don't care what people say. You have to understand who I worked with for the last 4 years of my life, okay? I heard a lot worse things than broad. Because I was just happy that if someone didn't call me hey, bitch. That works for me. So broad is totally fine. Again, I feel like other women would be offended by that. I'm just not one of them.
Anna's got a big butt.
Didn't you also work with Alex Stein, 99? A little bit too.
Stein and the Sponge were friends, so yeah, I knew
the Sponge.
I knew Stein.
Radio.
I'm not going to say he was like a good friend of mine, but I did know him casually. Yeah, he's funny.
Radio's such a dumb industry, isn't it?
Small world, too.
Can you imagine we chose this?
Yeah.
This is our life's profession.
My wife thought she was marrying an attorney.
Yeah. Jokes on her.
She married a media head. Migba, making broads great again. That's the goal of Anna Hummel. All right, we'll break, right?
No. We'll just keep going.
Stay with us
until the bottom of the hour.
This is the never-ending cut sheet again, and it's always fabulous.
Well,
and I really have to pee too.
We were supposed to break about 10 minutes ago, but we blew through that. So I'm just. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And I run this place. Can you imagine?
I know, you're the boss.
I know. People are like, how do you structure the morning show? I'm like, structure it. I don't structure it. We just keep going.
My old boss, when we did sports in Philadelphia with Tony, he would have been Nordic tracking down the hallway right now with his cell phone, ready to nuke a producer.
I don't care.
Who, me?
No, not you, the producer. Me.
Pete Hegseth was at the Panama Canal yesterday.
Why?
Well, because we're taking it back.
We take it?
It's ours.
Is it ours?
It's ours, damn it.
All right.
This is cut 20. Roll it.
Can't believe I didn't lead with this.
I want to be very clear. China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal. Together with Panama in the lead, we will keep the canal secure and available for all nations through the deterrent power of the strongest, most effective, and most lethal fighting force in the world. We will do this in partnership with Panama. Together, we will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. And we will do this along with other capable, like-minded allies and partners. This is what peace through strength looks like.
You know, I try to remain consistent with my opinions unless, of course, new information's available. And then if you double down, you look like an idiot. You know, whether it's making the Gulf of Mexico become the Gulf of America, that really means nothing. That's optics to me. You want to call it whatever you want to call it. It's fine by me. Then we had let's make Canada the 51st state. That was kind of funny because Trudeau's a soy boy. But I understand, like, the logistics of, hey, Denmark, Greenland, you want to, talk about that with how close they are to Russia. And then, of course, you've got the Panama Canal. Like, I get it, and I'm not opposed to that. But to me, there's bigger fish to fry, number one. Economy, border, crime in our country domestically, things like that. But then secondly, by force, this is where I try to challenge those that just go along with everything that the administration says. And I'm on board with 8 or 9 out of 10 things this administration does. Are we really going to resort to forceful conquering, so to speak, of other bodies of water or ground?
Did you hear what he said? Hegseth said we along with Panama.
Yeah.
So they talked about Panama first. He goes down there. They said, China, we're not going to allow China just to control the Panama Canal.
Nor should they.
Americans built it. And so we want to do a partnership with Panama so that we both know that this important part of navigation needs to be protected. So it's about China, not about Panama, because at first Panama got pissed off because, Trump was threatening them. Yeah. And then so what you do, Trump threatens, they respond, and then you send Pete Hegseth down there, the Secretary of Defense, to say we're going to protect this because it's valuable. And I know China's building their own canal. So you got to stay one step ahead by threatening people first, and then you sit down and negotiate. That's what Trump does better than anybody.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. My one concern is the same thing that Stocker had mentioned yesterday, and I think 2 days ago as well, is if we're going to get rid of all this waste, fraud, and abuse and reallocate those funds. What was the number, Greg, that you rolled out for the military defense budget that they wanted to boost it to? Was it $90 billion?
$2 trillion.
Whoa.
It was way off. So that's a little alarming to me. Now, I get it because people are going to say, well, Biden stripped it down. We had all these ridiculous DEI initiatives. Nobody wants to join.
We lost a bunch of stuff in Afghanistan.
We lost things. I get it. The past administration, total disaster, and made our military as weaker than it probably has ever been in the modern era. I'm just saying, like, if it comes down to our military defense budget versus us getting some financial relief, I don't know, maybe I'm being selfish. I want the financial relief, especially if this is an administration that is anti-war. I'm not saying you have to neglect the defense budget.
Sure.
It's a major portion of your presidential portfolio, so to speak.
Right.
I'm just pointing out a spade here. That's all I'm saying.
Somebody that I know, Nick, you are on board with, Tom Homan.
I love another guy I'd leave my wife for.
Homan
and John Kennedy.
Cut 25.
Does your wife know that you would leave her for these gentlemen?
Well, she does. She does now. She's listening.
So he was in Phoenix, Arizona yesterday, and he addressed the Arizona legislature on border security. And let's just play a little bit of this there, Phil.
In a matter of weeks, we have illegal border crossings down 94% in weeks. President Trump did in 5 weeks what Joe Biden wouldn't, or didn't even attempt to do in 4 years, which proved that he had the ability to do it all along. He didn't need new laws from Congress. As he said, one of his best lines on the Capitol Hill, we just need a new president, and we got him. You know, I woke up every day pissed off for 4 years, but the Biden administration came in and unsecure the most secure border we've ever had on purpose, not by accident.
He's always pissed off.
I like that.
Not by mismanagement. This was done on purpose. This was done by design. And when you got 94% less people coming, how many women ain't being raped every day by the cartel?
Wow.
How many children aren't dying on the border every day? How many pounds of fentanyl is not getting into the country to kill Americans? How many people on terrorist watch lists aren't coming to our border? How many people are being released in the United States? I'll tell you right now. The first 2 months under Joe Biden, February and March, they released 184,000 illegal aliens in this country. Same time for President Trump, 9. 4 of them were material witnesses on criminal investigation. 4 were significant emergency medical issues, which means no one's being released. Catch and release is over. President Trump stopped that day 1.
Yeah, you're right, Anna. You said you like that. He's the kind of guy that wakes up every day pissed off for greatness. Right?
Yeah.
Like he probably thinks that number 9 is too high.
Oh yeah.
And I love that.
But there's more. The big climax is coming here.
Oh,
I don't want to blow the ending.
Yeah. No, that was where it ended, sir. Sorry about that.
No, the Democratic contingent in the Arizona State House.
Oh, did they
walked
object?
Out.
Did they?
Mostly women got up and
There
walked
these
out.
broads
during his
go
speech.
again, Tony.
It's almost like they
broads in Arizona.
do they want to be abducted and sex trafficked?
I don't know.
Do they want to get raped?
I can't believe that clip wasn't on there.
It's crazy.
The story of that is not that he's pissed off every day. We're all pissed off every day.
Yeah.
But the women members, the Democratic members of the Arizona State House, the legislature, got up and walked out on Tom Homan.
Yeah.
That's the story.
Well, and we know the story behind it, what the real motive is. They want to have as many people here as possible to repopulate their voting districts, because the belief is, or the stat shows, that on average, it's about 80% will vote Democrat. And they've talked about it. The female representative from New York, I always forget her name. I always ask Sean Farish when he's on with us. She came out and said it. I need more people in my district.
Yep. Let's take a really quick break here. By the way, I want to, on the other side, I know you played this a little bit in the big take. I want to get back into this. On the non-citizen social security numbers issued over the past 4 years, the numbers for this are staggering. Plus, fluoride in water. How do we feel about that? All of that on the other side.
All right, Kayal and Company. First, a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America. Because when you're choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is also safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, just call Natural Lawn right now at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose My Lawn Care Company, the locally owned and operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC C2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, baby. Kayal and Company, 9:01. 4th hour on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Anna, Greg, Tony. 855-839-1210. Continuing on with the cut sheet here in a moment. Also still ahead, we'll get some news from Anna. We've got our morning mystery movie clip for movie tickets, or movie QR codes these days, they call them. Also, what occurred today in music history, and then we will chat with Dom Giordano just about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Quickly, let me grab Michael in Marlton. We were talking about American jobs and who will take them. Michael, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Nick, how you doing today?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
Good. You know what? I have to be honest with you. I ran a company for about 20 years. I was the ops manager there, and I was actually there for about 40 years. And I can tell you, we tried. I tried to hire what you might consider your typical American. They didn't want to do the job, Nick. And we would pay. We were paying, I mean, we weren't paying $50 an hour, but, I mean, we're in Jersey here. So they were getting probably $10 over what the minimum wage was.
Mm-hmm.
And we couldn't find them. I could not. They wouldn't stay. They wouldn't work. We'd hire them. They last a week. They last a day. The only ones that would do the job, Nick, were the ones from Spanish-speaking people. The ones from Colombia. We had Colombians. We had the ones from Honduras, El Salvador, some from Mexico. Those were the ones that kept our company going. Parents don't want. I don't think parents want their children going into manufacturing. They don't say to their kids, you know what, I really want you to skip college. I want you to get a manufacturing job where you're going to come home sweaty, you're going to come home dirty. That's what I really want for you. Nick, it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
and they don't want to work.
And actually, I think, Michael, and thanks for the call, it's kind of sad. I mean, I don't, know what all of the dynamics are for your business, but, I mean, there are these jobs out there that you do have to bust your balls and break your back. And, you come home filthy, you come home exhausted. All you want to do is shower, eat dinner, crack a cold one, watch the Phils, and then drift off to sleep before your next day at work. But, I mean, some of these jobs that do pay, you said $10 above minimum wage, but there are some really good labor, grinded out, blue-collar jobs that provide very good pay, that provide great benefits. And also, what's honestly the best part of all of this? Starting your career debt-free, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I'll never forget. I mean, I don't know about you, Tony, you and I, Anna, did you finish college?
Not grad school, but I went to undergrad. Yeah.
Okay. Did you end up having student debt?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got to tell you what. Now, granted, I chose radio, so that's on me. Again, I accept it.
Yeah.
But I come out of college owing $38,000. Not a lot by comparative standards to somebody that goes to Harvard and owes $250,000. But I'm owing $38,000, and my first radio job, Bruno, as a producer, was $6.50 an hour up in the Lehigh Valley. And a couple of my buddies were working in for ConAgra Foods, and they're filthy all day, and they're making $30 an hour, no debt, and they're laughing at me like, dude, you went to college? You're the sucker, right? So I think it just depends on, the way you look at how you want to live your life and if you want to start in the hole. I mean, doctors start in the hole. They end up doing pretty good. Yeah. That's one of the sales pitches.
When I was a kid, my passion was radio because I told you the story. I used to listen late at night and hear all these stations from all over the country. And I tell my mom that's what I want to do. And she says, no, at the time I was making $150 a week. Now, this is in the 60s with my uncle learning to be a laborer. I'd mix cement. I'd pull blocks up, on a pulley. I was learning the trade, which was, bricklaying, plastering, stucco, all that stuff, manual labor. And I'd come home shot at the end of the night. So my mom, when I told her I got a job in radio, I said, Mom, I'm going to make $75. I took what is that, a 50%? If you're making $150 and you take a job for $75
50%
a week,
mm-hmm.
I took a 50% pay cut as a young punk kid. I learned to trade. I still use my abilities to do those manual things now, but I chose radio, and for me, it was the right choice. Even though my mom wanted me to be a contractor, she wanted me to be an engineer and all that other stuff, I wanted to do radio. So I took the risk. I didn't have college debt when I left Temple, and so I started my own life working for $75 a week, and I moved my way up the food chain. Now, you try to do that now, you're going nowhere. But if you have a college degree and your kids are musical theater majors, or what are all these ridiculous degrees that people are getting right now that get you nothing?
Communication degree.
There's people, not even communication. There are opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm talking liberal arts. All of these fakakta degrees that
Marketing.
don't get you
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
in a modern day world.
Yeah. Why would you get
Right?
a marketing degree and then sell advertising? I had a buddy of mine, and Stalker, you'll probably remember. You might know the name. I think I can say he's been long out of the industry. Bob Holder. He used to be a sales rep up at another competitor in the Lehigh Valley at the cluster I worked at in Allentown. And he would sit there and he would sell. I mean, he could sell anything. And he would draw up radio contracts on a piece of blank paper and just write down, all right, 50 commercials at $20 a pop here, sign there. And all these little kids coming out of college my age with marketing degrees, they couldn't even get the phone call and get the owner on the phone to set up an appointment. So to your point, Yeah, I don't even know where that tangent or that rant came from. I forget, but yeah.
You know who's been monumental in bringing attention to kind of like offbeat jobs or maybe jobs with not a lot of clout is Mike Rowe.
He has.
You know?
absolutely.
I remember
Absolutely.
listening to a podcast where
Absolutely.
he was interviewing a guy who was picking worms out of the ground on like a beach in Maine and selling it as bait. And he's like, most people would look at this guy and go like, what a trash decision that was. And he goes, and then I went to one of his multiple beachfront houses.
Yep.
And the guy's doing pretty well. So, you might want to
Yep.
consider doing something like this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly right.
Dirty jobs, man. Dirty jobs.
Yeah, dirty
done
job.
dirt cheap, I think. I think
I
that's
knew
one of
you
the
were gonna-
problems.
I knew you were
Nobody wants to do dirty jobs done dirt cheap.
That's
That's
right.
the problem.
You're right.
We start at 6 a.m.
This is
Exactly.
this is cut 5. Nick, you played this on the Big Take, but that seemed like 37 hours ago. So we're gonna play it for the late risers this morning. A person did a study on the amount of non-citizens' Social Security numbers issued over the past 4 years. The numbers of these are staggering. Starting in 2021, roll this
To reveal what's really going on. Doge exposed our immigration asylum disaster. That was the tip of the iceberg. Now, here's the story. Doge has found that immigration gave a work authorization document to illegals just 5 months after they filed for asylum. That document allowed them to work while they waited to hear whether their asylum request had been accepted or denied. So they could work as an illegal, knowing it would take years before their case was heard. The Immigration Department mailed them a Social Security number. No interview, no proof of identity. Just put it in the mail. Here's your number. In 2021, Doge says 270,000 new aliens were issued Social Security numbers, 590,000 in 2022, 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 24, right before Biden left office. Doge also discovered that 1.3 million aliens are now receiving Medicaid. Millions received driver's licenses, some registered to vote, and Doge says some actually did vote. Try and square that against Democrat claims that Musk is destroying Social Security and cutting Medicaid. He's not destroying. He's weeding out people who don't qualify. Who is really guilty of misinformation in this case? It is not Elon Musk.
So let's think about that. You open up the southern border. You flood the country with illegals. You pay them. They're compensated. They're not taxed. They get Medicare, all the medical benefits. And Social Security numbers, and some of them end up voting. And if you add up 4 million, well, that might just actually give you an election. Remember in 2020, Trump lost a couple of swing states by 10,000 votes. I think Arizona was 10,000 votes. You could presumably flip a state from one party to the other and win a swing state to get you to the magic number of 270 by simply giving out Social Security numbers to undocumented illegal aliens. We talked about it, right? The 7 swing states, the population percentage increase over the last 4 years. Biden administration, the deep state, the Democrats, whatever you want to call them, they were all in on it. It was all a setup to get to swing things in their favor. And why did we see those percentages in Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona? Well, Pennsylvania. Well, those are the 7 battleground states. That's not coincidence.
270,000 in 2021, 590,000 in 2022, 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 2024.
It's so embarrassing.
Exactly. And the story, the follow-up on that is now, remember, the IRS commissioner packed it in a couple of weeks ago. Now the acting IRS commissioner, a woman by the name of Melanie Krause,
I saw that she's
informed
out,
her staff that she's leaving the agency amid internal chaos and the exodus of several senior IRS officials. This is why she left. She doesn't want to provide sensitive taxpayer data to federal immigration authorities to help the Trump administration locate and deport undocumented immigrants. So here it is, the head of the IRS temporarily now doesn't want to help get the people who have fake Social Security numbers and are stealing money from the government. They're working for it, a lot of them, but they don't pay into the taxes. Those Social Security numbers mean nothing other than they can go out and buy stuff under false pretenses. And a lot of these people pay the bills. I'm not saying they're all criminals.
No.
But if you're in the country illegally and you have a social security number, and then the agency that's supposed to audit my taxes and your taxes and everybody else's taxes doesn't want to cooperate with the federal government, because the IRS isn't the federal government. That's the thing people forget. The IRS is a separate agency. They just collect taxes for the federal government. And it pains me to say this because I told you my son and daughter-in-law work for the IRS.
Right. And you said they basically might get doged, correct?
Yes, every day I talk to my son, my daughter-in-law, and they're waiting. They don't know. They could be next to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, during the House Judiciary Committee on a hearing on continued pattern of government surveillance of U.S. citizens, Jim Jordan called out the FBI under Joe Biden and all the surveilling that it did on U.S. citizens. Roll this.
Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act allows government to conduct surveillance of foreigners, as the title would suggest, outside of the United States for intelligence information. Okay, that's all well and good. We like that. They get that information, they bring in this giant database, this what I call the haystack of information, and then they do queries, which is a fancy word for search. And they search Americans, American phone numbers, names, email addresses. They search America. They call it queries, but a query is a fancy name. Query is a fancy name for search. 3 million times they did it in 2021. And here's the kicker. The FBI, when they did all these searches, didn't even follow their own rules. You don't have to take our word for it. The Inspector General said 278,000 times the FBI didn't even follow their rules for conducting these searches on Americans, not foreigners. So the ranking member's right. We got 12 months from now when we get a chance to go at this issue again. We were close last time. We lost a warrant requirement in a vote, 212 to 212. I'm going to do everything, and I know the chairman is, and I appreciate the ranking member's comments. We're going to do everything we can to make sure we have that warrant requirement. Here's the way it works in our country. If you're an American citizen and the government wants to go look at your stuff, they got to go to a separate and equal branch of government and get a warrant. It's pretty simple. That's what we want. Plain and simple. And we were one vote away from passing it in the House. Who knows what would have happened in the Senate. But I know I'm committed. I know the chairman of the subcommittee is committed, and the ranking member, I appreciate what he's done over the years in defending the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and we look forward to working with him on this issue. We need to do this to protect American citizens.
Yep, it's called this little old thing called search and seizure. It's kind of a big deal. And, what's interesting, with all those people that they were searching, did they ever search for Thomas Matthew Crooks? Did they ever do a query on him? How about a query on Ryan Wesley Ruth? By the way, how about that? Did you see that story, Tony?
Yes.
Ruth was looking to get...
The guy was looking for a missile launcher to absolutely... Seriously, he wanted to blow up Donald Trump in the White House or in his limo or anywhere else. The fact that this guy was near the golf course, stalking around one of his golf courses, and almost got a chance to kill Trump then, and people call this guy a hero. He's been seen with many of the high-ranking Democratic power brokers at events. Well, that one guy, the chef, who's another crumb bum guy that was one of Joe Biden's pals.
Yeah.
This guy is an absolute lunatic, and he should be not allowed anywhere near the public again. He should be locked away forever.
It is still staggering to me that he was able to be in the bushes on the next hole as Donald Trump is finishing up the last hole, heading to the tee box. And if not for the reflection off of the piece of metal on his weapon that kind of caught the eye of Secret Service, he would have been probably almost as close as Thomas Matthew Crooks was. And I think that was 140 yards away from the stage on that roof.
Crooks had a gun. This rifle. This guy had access to missile launchers, for God's sake.
This guy thought he was playing a video game, for Christ's sakes.
Former CDC director Robert Redfield was on with Chris Cuomo on News Nation talking about so Utah was the first state to ban ban fluoride in tap water.
Mm-hmm.
And Robert Redfield and Chris Cuomo discussed that, and RFK Jr.'s push to get fluoride out of tap water. Roll it.
Do you think Bobby is going about it the right way, and what caveats would you offer him?
Well, my own view is, he's on to something really important, which is making America healthy again. Obviously, obesity, highly processed food. I couldn't believe when I heard we spent $10 billion on sodas for kids in school. This is where I'd like to see him focus, but he's obviously got this interest in fluoride. I think, I'm more interested in going after chronic disease, diabetes, hypertension. Sometime you get there and you want to do everything at once, and when you do everything at once, you end up not finishing anything. So I'm more an advocate to stay on the obesity, the highly processed foods, and let's let this fluoride evolve. But he's chosen it to go after it. So let's bring in NIH, CDC, EPA. Let's have an open, honest scientific discussion, see where the data is. My own instincts are that we really don't need it to be a compulsory in our drinking water, and that many jurisdictions will begin to take it out, and I don't think we'll be any worse the wear. And it'd be interesting to see in Utah, where the event was today, there's 27 jurisdictions within Utah that don't have fluoride, and there's 2 that do have fluoride. Let's look to see is there any difference in the development of the children that grew up in the things that had fluoride versus not. Let science give us some data here. Kennedy has said, and I do believe him, I'm an advocate for him. I do believe that he wants science to drive the issue. So let's use science to drive the issue.
All right, thanks, Bob. There you go. More people watched it there than saw it on News Nation last night.
By the way, News Nation, Newsmax, News Blues, News Clues. Where are all these channels? One America News.
Can't find
How many
them.
stinking news channels are they?
I know.
Too many.
Too many of
Too
them.
many. That
is the correct answer.
That is the problem, is that there's not enough news for there to be 10 billion news channels. There's just not enough.
I agree.
So that way we manufacture things to happen. But what do you think about the point there?
I love that Bobby's willing to question and challenge everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Because the system's broken, it's not working, and we're a sick country, physically and mentally. But I agree with Redfield. There's bigger fish to fry. Obesity, 10 billion. I didn't know that number either. We've talked about the SNAP program with sodas. Kids should not be having soda. It's ridiculous. I'm trying to keep my girls away from Sprite. They love Sprite. They love Fanta orange soda.
Ugh.
Trying to get them away from it. They don't get it a ton, but I want them to have none. But $10 billion a year for the SNAP program, for kids in schools, for soda, it's got to go.
Yeah.
But again, I don't drink, and I said this before, I drink alkaline water. I mean, let's ask the question. Anna, you've got a 200-liter mountain spring water in front of you that's so big it blocks the camera.
Yeah.
Which makes my bottle look smaller. Does anybody?
Wait, is that from Zephyr Hills down here in Florida? Zephyr Hills water?
Not this one. This one is from Trader Joe's.
Trader
It's been
Joe's.
refilled with the water that's in the little kitchenette down the hall.
Yeah, you got fluoride in there. There's no doubt.
Oh, I don't really care about
fluoride's big at
fluoride.
Odyssey. Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that. The whole sodas being subsidized by like SNAP and stuff like that, are being included in food stamps.
Yeah.
That's gone to Congress. I don't know how many times, and each time they leave it in there.
Yeah.
And part of that is because like the NCAA is paying off Coca-Cola, and it's really, really pathetic, and it's really, really sad because kids are getting sick.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting sick. And I kind of agree with the doctor, and kind of like what you said before, that there's bigger fish to fry. America's health is declining. I don't think fluoride is the number one issue in America. In my opinion, of all the research and stuff I like to look into, because I'm a bit of a health nut, it's overconsumption. We're just eating too much.
And before the YouTube chat corrects me and says, well, Nick, there are poor parts of the country that only drink. But seriously, what percentage of Americans do you think drink tap water anymore? I mean, bottled water like the Dasani. Or
I think a lot of people do.
Really?
Oh, yes. Yeah, dude.
Without the filter, though. I mean, straight out of the faucet.
Yeah. I think more than you think.
Really?
I think a lot of people. You're showing your elitism there, bud.
No. Think about this from the most basic way of water, straight out of your sink faucet.
Yeah.
Then you can put the Brita thing on it. Then you can do bottled water, like regular, just spring water. Then you can do alkaline water. And again, I don't do alkaline water because it's an elitist thing. I do it for reflux to keep the acidic stuff out of my vocal cords. Yeah, with coffee and stuff like that as a broadcaster. So, I mean, what would you say? I would get maybe 10% of Americans straight. Does anybody fill up
10%?
Yeah.
No, dude, it's a lot. It's way more than that.
Yeah.
You don't think people are at the point now where the majority are going and buying like the big cases of cheap spring water at Sam's Club?
No.
I think
I buy mine at Publix. Had 3 for
Yeah.
$11. I mean, I remember back in the day, go to ShopRite, Acme, they'd run sales, 3 cases of 24 bottles for $9, $10. Yeah, you have to have bottled water.
Dude, 10%
especially
of
here in
America,
Florida.
10% of America doesn't even drink water.
Well,
okay?
that's true. Well, Trump
they just
does.
drink. I know people that just drink soda and energy drinks,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Not me.
No.
I don't do
we should
any
do a-
energy, no energy drinks. And by the way, the water here in Southwest Florida is the worst water because
is
most
bad.
of it's from wells and there's sulfur. That's why you
That's
have to
terrible.
have super filtration down here. It is the worst.
Michael Vespa on the YouTube chat says, "Do a poll." I agree.
Let's do a poll.
Let's put up let's put up a poll on the YouTube chat and do with our family here. Some of them hate us, but it's fine.
Here's the options, Phil. Straight faucet with filter, bottled spring water, alkaline water.
Nobody drinks alkaline water but you.
LeBron James does.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's why he can't win games now in the big time. That's why he tanks and falls down all the time. I think he has a combination of too much fluoride and too much alkaline.
Yeah.
And he's a mess. LeBron James got to go. Sorry.
I'll be willing to bet the top 2 votes, the vote getters, will be the faucet with the filter and then traditional
I would say
big spring water bottles.
I would say 90% of this audience still drinks tap water. Straight tap water.
You are so wrong.
Okay.
Well, in Philly,
way
but
off.
but in Philly and New York, the water is good up there.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. But then you come to places like Florida,
It's
where you have
trash,
to
you're
have
right.
filtration.
It's gross.
You have to have filtration here, or you can't drink the water. Like here in this condo, I have a filter on my sink water. Then I have a filter going into my refrigerator, which has its own filter. So I'm like, it's like really good vodka. It's like triple filtered,
Triple filtered and quadruple boosted. Tony Bruno.
I was just gonna say, his water is triple bagged. It's a triple bagger.
Let me grab David real quick. David, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Go ahead, David.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Listen to y'all down here in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, y'all was talking about these jobs things, and I'll tell you, my dad taught me something wise a long time ago. I was going to be an archaeology major, and he looked at me like I was crazy. He goes, name one job in that. I said, well, I can't. He goes, exactly. So you need to get a degree in something that actually has jobs in it. And these schools are really doing a disservice, I think, in even having some of these degrees when they know these kids aren't going to have a job when they get out, but they're going to be $100,000 or more in debt and nothing to show for it. Why have them, right?
So what did you end up doing then?
A little somewhat related, geology, which I got a job with state government doing that, so I do geology now, which there are a lot of jobs in. A friend of mine, his daughter wanted to be an art major. He said, look, that's a hobby. That's not a job.
Right.
You get a real job, and that could be your hobby on the side, but you don't get. You're not wasting my money doing that. So.
Yeah, only Hunter Biden makes successful art careers.
Yeah, exactly.
David,
Thanks, guys.
David, quick question. How did you, down there in South Carolina, how did you hear about us?
Oh, I listen to y'all when we got family up in Allentown, Easton.
Nice.
So I'll listen to y'all when I come out there.
Okay.
So,
Good.
Love it, David. Thanks, buddy.
I grew up.
Every summer.
I grew up in Easton. David.
ABE.
There he is. The ABE.
Thank you, dude.
Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton.
No,
Yeah.
we can't drink out of a hose. Growing up in Philly, you drank out of a hose in the summer when you were a kid. And even though if it tasted a little metallic, you didn't give a crap back then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So it's very evenly split right now on the what do you drink? Tap water with no filter, bottled water, faucet with filter. It's 36% right now, tap water, no filter, 33% bottled water, faucet with filter is at 31. So it's like
You got to have a faucet with filter. I
It's
don't care
almost
where
dead
your water
even.
comes from.
Yeah.
No, it's an interesting poll because this is the nation has spoken. Tap water, no filter. That means most of the people saying that live in the northeast part of the United States, where even though there's a lot of bad things going on, the water in Philadelphia, the water in New York, that's why the pizza and the bagels taste so good up there.
It's true.
That's why they can't duplicate it down here in Southwest Florida
That's what I've heard.
because the water quality isn't good enough to make good bread and pizza.
Yep.
That's a fact, Jack.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons while you're there, but also vote on the poll. What water do you drink? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
My buddy Joe
By the way,
Snow.
91 Sixers.
Yeah.
Anna drinks liberal tears. Is that true, Anna? Do you drink liberal tears?
I sure do.
Too salty. No, they're too salty for me.
My buddy Joe says I drink straight from the garden hose.
Yeah, that's what somebody on the YouTube chat said too.
Savage.
Nothing wrong with dude on a hot day. Nothing
We used
wrong
to
with
do that at football.
Oh, of course.
At football practice, right out of the hose.
Delicious growth water.
Crunchy, just the way I like it.
Shafe says we grew up drinking tap water and running after the Mosquito Man truck. Remember that? You'd be in a campground or outside at night, and then they come around spraying all the mosquitoes and bugs.
Yeah,
DDT. Not the great wrestling move, the DDT, which Nick Kayal saw first performed at WrestleMania. Which one was that?
That was WrestleMania 4.
DDT.
300 million.
88.
Yeah. All right, we really have to break up.
All right, Kayal and Company, we are back after this on a Wednesday morning.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, you would think, looking at the 4-box, that the wind is blowing in the studio. Anna's got a jacket on. What do they call that? That's not earmuffs. What are you wearing?
It's like a headband with
a headband.
fleece.
Tony's now reverted to the shades. Those are called
He looks like a
hater blockers.
He looks like he's blind.
You look like a teen,
No, this is
like TikToker.
I had to wear these yesterday when I left the ophthalmologist.
Yeah.
Because they put this stuff in your eye and you can't walk outside in the sunlight. Everything looks like you're in a cloud.
Yeah.
So I had to wear these, but my eyes are bothering me a little now. So
Put them
I'm
on.
just
Put
gonna
them on,
these
baby. Let's go. Let's get them on.
Plus, they're cool. I look like
Yeah.
RoboCop.
You do.
I mean, this is the look. I like it.
Yeah, and you're already
I like
tracking
your cat.
the felines. Look at the ladies coming over now. Here comes your kitty cat. Yeah, right to your left there, Bruno.
It's a pussy cat magnet.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is a fluffy
Some
cat.
dudes have it, some don't. But Bruno is definitely a pussy cat magnet.
Yeah.
This is baby. This is Lily.
Because he's wearing the Macho Man Randy Savage's sunglasses.
Yeah.
I dig it. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com. That's BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or the showroom in Hatfield. We'll get back to maybe a cut or two. We've got all the bells and whistles with movies and music, but right now, let's get caught up in the world of news and maybe some stories we haven't discussed. Time for a Big Three at 9:36.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sad news out of the Dominican Republic. At least 113 people are dead after a Dominican Republic nightclub roof collapsed. At least 113 people are known to have died when the roof of a DR nightclub collapsed on Tuesday morning, and 155 transfers have been taken to local hospitals. Juan Manuel Mendez, a director of the country's Emergency Operations Center, said in a Wednesday press conference that the Dominican Navy and Fire Service were involved in rescue efforts. Among the victims in the deadly collapse include 2 former MLB players, Octavio Dotel and Tony Enrique Blanco Cabrera, as well as Nelcy Cruz, the governor of the Montecristi province.
Yeah, I remember. Tony, do you remember Octavio Dotel? I think he was a bullpen closer guy, maybe a setup man.
I mean, it's not that long. I mean, these guys were in the majors not that long ago. So these guys were not elderly. These were guys who were partying 200 as Anna mentioned, 255 people were injured, but this is a tragedy. I mean, it's
really
we've
sad.
seen these deck collapses,
Yeah.
but this was a concrete deck on the roof of a nightclub.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, how many people were up there? I mean, they had to be way
Over
overloaded.
capacity.
Dotel was 51 years old. He spent 5 seasons of his outstanding major league career, I think with the Astros and other teams. But Octavio Dotel, born in 1973, dead at the age of 51. One of the several individuals who collapsed in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, I'm looking at Dotel's career, early 2000s with the Astros. He was a Met, a Yankee, a Brave. Then he bounced around for all the way up until 2013. So he was only out of baseball for just over a decade.
Mm-hmm.
An update.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
An update on the hot Illinois teacher pedophile that we were talking about, I think, last week. Illinois teacher Christina Formella left new husband totally in the dark about twisted relationship with a 15-year-old student. The Illinois teacher accused of molesting a 15-year-old student claimed to cops that the boy was, quote, a stalker, and that her new husband knew all about his so-called obsession with her
By the way,
after she was arrested.
That's stalker, not stalker.
Greg Stalk.
Yeah.
Not Greg
Thank
Stalker.
you. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
sorry, stalker, not stalker. Yeah. But Christina Formella's ex-college baseball player spouse said he was totally in the dark about the boy. Formella, 30, of the Chicago suburb of Downers Grove, tried to play off the allegations that she had a months-long relationship with the teen, which he said culminated in them having sex in a classroom as a boy obsessed with the teacher because she's good looking. Throughout
Hot
her
for Teacher. I mean, that song
Yeah.
has spawned so many. Because except when we were kids, we didn't have hot teachers. I had nuns.
Me,
you know what I
me
mean?
neither.
Oh,
Me neither.
wow.
Yeah.
So nobody on this show had a hot teacher on it. Were you ever attracted to a male teacher when you were in high school?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. You ever
I mean,
felt
I
like
didn't
a
do
crush?
anything
Well,
about it.
right.
I didn't do it. Just from afar, I was just like, yeah.
But, like, you had a
Mr.
crush on him?
Leary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kinda
Mr.
cute.
Leary,
Yeah, Mr. Leary was kind of cute.
Young,
Will Phil have Hot for Teacher? Will
Yeah.
Phil have Hot for Teacher in today's musical history?
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy because when I think back about it, I'm like, wow, he's like so old, and he was probably like 28.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's frightening.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on, Russell Brand believes he could also face criminal charges in the U.S. after being charged with rape and sexual assault in the U.K. Russell Brand believes he could face criminal charges in the U.S. amid a civil sexual assault case after being charged in the U.K. by police following allegations that he raped and sexually assaulted multiple women. Go.
Yeah, what's the deal? Now, I don't pay attention. I saw this as well. I actually watched the clip of him where he's actually even in favor in regards to defending himself, that he thinks statute of limitations on rape shouldn't expire. That if you allegedly did whatever the victim is saying you did, there shouldn't be a time period to which they can bring action.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, okay, well then maybe he really didn't do this. But then I watched his video. He's been sober for 22 years, and he's still that off.
He's
a weird dude.
These charges are 25 years old, by the way. I'm not.
This is when he was.
Yeah,
in the
I'm
mix.
not saying that they're not true. I'm not saying any of that. I have no idea. But he admitted to, he was a heroin addict. He was a junkie. He was a sex addict.
Mm-hmm.
So he
Self-admitted.
Yeah, yes, he
had all the vices.
He admitted to all of those things. Again, not excusing it, but these charges are not new charges. They're 25 years old.
Right.
Yeah. On Friday, April 4th, Metro Police confirmed Brand, 49, had been charged with 1 count of rape, 1 count of indecent assault, 1 count of oral rape, and 2 counts of sexual assault following an investigation by detectives that began in 2023. The charges relate to 4 women. The comedian and actor will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court in London on May 2nd. He's also a purple belt in jiu-jitsu, so...
Is he a badass?
Yeah, a little
Really?
bit. But he's also possibly a rapist.
You
so.
take a class? You took a class with him?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I just
guys
know
have
that
a
This guy has
jiu-jitsu.
been all over the place, though, politically. I mean, he started out as far left, and then he came to the center, and then he went a little right. And so now, like, everybody dislikes him. You know?
Yeah.
People loved him, and then they hated him, and then they love him again.
True.
And now they're like, hey, we have no time for you. Get out. Put him in jail.
Yeah.
Might happen.
It's not good. That's Kayal and Company News Live.
All right. Thank you very much, Anna.
So I don't know if you guys saw this. Stephen A. Smith has been saying that he's going to run for president.
There could be a big take coming tomorrow on this being part of the big take.
This is all hype, right? Because News Nation did a whole news package on it.
I don't know.
You don't know?
We'll see. I mean, what do you got? Jasmine Crockett?
I mean,
Jasmine Crockett?
Stephen A. Smith, really? That's who the Democrats are going to trot out?
You don't think it's going to be Newsom?
No.
Despite
Newsom's
all
dead.
the...
No.
Really?
I think Shapiro's probably the front runner.
Roll this.
And guess what? Stephen A. Smith made a little bit of news today when he said he is seriously thinking about running for president of the United States. This is him on stage at the National Association of Broadcasters.
Unfortunately, over the last few weeks, I've had no choice but to get a bit more serious about it. I've been approached by people on Capitol Hill. I've been approached by people who are elected officials in office, whether it's governors or mayors or what have you, and people have legitimately and seriously asked me about that. I have no desire to be a politician. My life is pretty well. But I've decided I'm no longer going to close that door. I'm going to keep my options open. I'm going to entertain the possibility. And if it comes in 2020, late 2026, 2027, where I look at this country and I think it's an absolute mess and there's legitimate reason to believe, whether it's via exploratory committees or anything else, that I indeed would have a legitimate shot to win the presidency of the United States, I am not going to rule it out, and I'm not playing. I just think that it's a mess right now. I'm not scared. There's a lot that I have to learn. I am no aficionado, make no mistake about it. But damn it, let me hunker down for 2 or 3 months. I'll know the issues. And once that happens, then imagining me on a debate stage with these people, these politicians, this is what I do for a living. And if for no other reason than to stand on a debate stage with tens of millions of people watching, where I get to sit back and talk about what you've been doing as politicians to literally dissipate and disintegrate the quality of America before our very eyes because of your own selfishness. Me having an opportunity to do that, that is what I mean when I say I will eat them alive. I am not a politician. I don't have a political record for them to lean on. They all do, which means I get to look at your record and what you've done and challenge whether you can legitimately say, not just with the cameras rolling, but in front of my face, that you actually operated on behalf of what was in the best interest of all of America. Who's going to pull that off in front of my face? Good luck with that.
YouTube,
boy.
YouTube chat is amazing right now, by the way.
I will tell you this.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. That's all I'm going to say.
Look, he already has his new contract from ESPN. I thought that the whole political dabbling was a financial ploy to leverage more money from Bristol. He got it. So now, is it authentic that he's all over the place? One day he's a centrist, one day he's liberal, one day he's Sean Hannity's buddy on Fox News, then he's with Cuomo. He says one thing on ESPN, he says something different on the Patrick Bet-David podcast. So I don't know, maybe he's a fraud, or maybe he's just like every other politician and is full of crap. So I will say this.
Well, he can never be interviewed. He can never be interviewed by what's her name, Laura Ingraham, because there's no way she would let him go on that long without interrupting him. I mean, how long was that clip?
I know, and it's honestly amazing that Hannity lets him speak as long.
True,
as
it's a good point.
But exactly,
I do think they are pretty good friends from what I've gathered. That being said, I mean, Jasmine Crockett, Mayor Pete, J.B. Pritzker, Andy, nobody would know me if I walked into this studio right now. Bashir. That's the Democrats. That's
Walz.
the bench. Tim Walz.
Yeah.
I mean, last time I checked, YouTube audience, there was a guy not in politics till 11 years ago that walked down that escalator. I'm just saying, crazier things have happened. Just saying.
But remember, he doesn't only just do the ESPN stuff. He has his own separate show where he gets the big guests. So this guy works like 20 hours a day.
Yep.
But he's blowing up right now. I remember when the ESPN first hired him and then fired him after his nighttime TV show bombed.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came out to L.A. and worked at Fox Sports Radio, where I was. And I've known Stephen A. for decades. But this guy is really blown up right now, and everybody's listening to him.
Yeah.
Because that's because he speaks from the heart. And now, do I think he's going to run for president? No, I don't think he is at all. This is all good publicity.
It's great
and he gets on all these major shows, and everybody listens to him because he's articulate, and he makes a lot of good points.
Democrats in Congress have a 21% approval rating, 26% favorability rating nationwide. It's not a matter of whether he really is going to. The question is, if he does he have a puncher's chance? I would say yes if he runs on what he claims he would run on, and that's being a centrist to moderate Democrat. If he tries to do the whole progressive left-wing stuff, no shot.
Yep.
No shot. Kayal and Company, final moments coming up next with Anna and Tony and Greg.
Well, we still have, Trump spoke to a bunch of coal miners yesterday. So
we do.
We'll get to that coming up next.
Plus the movies and the music. Stay right there.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:51, Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Anna, Greg, and Tony. Right now, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Through and looked at all sorts of different types of administrations and
Picket line? Come on up. I'm on the third floor. Hurry before someone calls the cops. Come in, John. You can just take a minute.
Can I have a drink? Anything alcoholic will do. Just one drink and I'll be on my way.
What is it that couldn't wait, John?
I'm just an untalented old has-been.
Oh, were you ever famous?
No.
Then how can you be a has-been?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of Fandango movie codes to see The Amateur from 20th Century Studios. It is in theaters and IMAX this Friday, April 11th. Rated R. The Amateur, an all-new espionage thriller from 20th Century Studios, opening up nationwide this Friday. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Pair of passes to go see that movie. From the movies to the music with Phil Almquist and what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Celebrate the birthdays of Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance, who's 48, and Kevin Martin from Candlebox, who's 56. Heavenly birthday shouts to Carl Perkins. Singles include West End Girls by the Pet Shop Boys in 84, Crying in the Rain by Whitesnake in 87, Heaven by Bryan Adams in 85, My Love by Paul McCartney and Wings in 75, and Black Coffee in Bed by Squeeze in 82. Albums include Hammered by Motorhead in 2002, Shadowlight by Dokken in 97, and Gutter Flower by the Goo Goo Dolls in 2002. Also in 2005, Fleetwood Mac announced that they fired Lindsey Buckingham. In 97, Soundgarden announced their breakup. In 2004, Weird Al's parents are found dead of accidental carbon monoxide poisoning. In 79, Supertramp's Breakfast in America is certified gold. In 73, Queen played their first show since signing with EMI Records. And in 69, King Crimson played their debut show. But lastly, since I've taken a tour of the White House on Saturday, assuming I'll get bumped by some tariff delegation, in 94, Pearl Jam visits the White House where they push for reform to rein in Ticketmaster. Meanwhile, Bill Clinton asked the band for help to craft an official statement regarding Kurt Cobain's death. For Kayal.
Oh, is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Wow.
Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Wow.
The only two things that can slow down Phil are tariffs and
bingo hand job.
Exactly right.
Whoa.
All right.
That'll never die.
Bruno. Figured he'd like that. All right, coming up next, we have one last story to get to, and I think you'll like this one. It is a controversial restaurant offer.
Yeah.
And it's a certain percentage discount for certain individuals.
Uh-oh.
This could really fire up a certain demographic on TikTok, and we could be talking about that as early as tomorrow on the cut sheet after we give you this story, if they haven't got wind of it already. Kayal and Company, 10 o'clock hour, next.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking that ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED.
and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to Hims.
Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 10:01. Live on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal. Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland. Greg Stocker, Tony Bruno. As we continue, we are going to give you what could be probably my second favorite story of the day.
Wow.
The Michigan free speech stuff in the first hour was my favorite.
And we're waiting for the Dawn Show to do it. I like it. Look at you.
Yes.
Very, very strategic in your thinking.
I believe in day part equity. Diversity of stories.
Yeah.
And inclusion of all viewpoints.
He's not selfish. He wants to give numbers all around, right?
That's right. That's right. I lift everybody
It's
up.
a team effort.
It is a
There's
team
no
effort.
I in team.
That-
There's
Damn right,
no I
Tony.
in team.
Thank you, Tony.
Right.
Everybody get on over to YouTube to see these videos, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We know you're working, but come on, get over there. Your work ain't that important.
That's right.
youtube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Exactly.
Yesterday, Trump signed an executive order for the coal industry, right?
Yeah.
He gave a little speech about this with coal miners behind him. I'm sure a lot of them were from Pennsylvania. Roll this. 13 fell. Sorry about that. There we go.
So the energy workers and the coal miners in the area that I'm standing on, and there's a lot of weight on this platform, so I don't know what's going to happen. I hope it's structurally designed for you guys. I don't know. But we have just really well-deserving, great American patriots, and it's such an honor to be here and making such a big move, such a bold move in energy. Because, for years, people would just bemoan this industry and decimate the industry for absolutely no reason. Because with modern technology and all of the other things that we do, it's one of the great forms of energy. That's why other countries, leading countries, are using it, some exclusively.
So yesterday, he signed a series of executive orders aimed at boosting the struggling coal industry. Under the 4 orders, Trump uses his emergency authority to allow some older coal-fired power plants set for retirement to keep producing electricity to meet rising U.S. power demands amid growth in data centers, artificial intelligence, and electric cars.
Yeah, you wonder why Trump did so well this past election and how he's done well the last handful of years. You look at the Republican Party, it's become the party of the working class, the blue-collar people, while the Democrats, they cater to the Ivy Leagues and the coastal elites and the fringe communities out there. You look at his stance on energy in its entirety. I will say this, and this might not be a popular opinion.
Uh-oh.
But that's fine, because I give you what's on top of my mind. I have not noticed. I saw a little dip in, I know coal's different than blah, blah, blah. Gas prices in my area are back on the uptick again. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, just in the general conversation of energy, but my gas prices in the Bluebell area have gone back up. So I'm just...
What are we looking at per
Where
gallon?
are they now?
$3.29. They were down as low as
Here in Florida, they
$2.98.
fluctuate. Sometimes it depends on the day of the week down here, because I'll see gas like for $2.87 one day,
Yeah.
and then the next day it's up. I think it's based on weekends and when they know more people will be traveling, so they're trying to collect. But oil prices have gone down.
Yeah, $11 a barrel.
Prices.
Yeah, 76 down to 65 was the last I saw a day or so ago.
But California, nothing ever goes down. I mean, they just got rid of 800 people working at the Chevron refinery out there. California's a mess. Prices never go down. They keep going up, and they can't blame price gouging. It's because of Gavin Newsom.
Looking at some of the YouTube chatter here, Michael Vespa says he saw it for $2.95. Susie Loves Jeff says, I just paid $3.06.
$3.06.
Dave in South Carolina, who called earlier, he's on the YouTube chat now. He says $2.65 there in South Carolina.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, I believe that
Yeah.
in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I'm assuming $2.87.
Wait, I paid $2.71 at BJ's because I have a BJ's card.
Me too.
And $2.7. Yeah, you have to go to BJ's down here.
Great prices.
Anna and Tony
Or
love the
Sam's Club.
Love the BJ's.
We love BJ's.
Bruno and Anna.
Who doesn't?
BJ's a Florida thing.
Yeah.
On the other front, though, with this coal conversation, we talked about these jobs, and we had people that called in that said, I couldn't get people to take these jobs. If the coal industry starts to thrive again with coal workers, do you think the young generation would take a coal gig if it paid the right price?
No.
You don't think so?
No. I mean, look. These jobs go back to what Anna said in hour 97 of the show about Mike Rowe's dirty job. I mean, these are dirty jobs.
Yeah.
You get your hands dirty. There's health implications,
And they're dangerous.
Dangerous,
Very
dirty
dangerous.
jobs.
It's also a cultural thing too.
It is.
Like if you're from
Yep.
maybe kind of a blue collar, more rural, or like Appalachia, perhaps that
Yep.
would be more people would be more open to that. But if you're from like where I'm from,
Yeah.
Like San Diego?
Oh, no.
Probably not.
Yeah. But Joe Biden, Joe Biden was a coal miner, and his grandpop and corn pop was a bad dude who went into the coal mines, and Joe was digging for anthracite coal back in his early days. When he spent 2 years up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I've been in more coal mines than Joe Biden when I go up to
serious.
Scranton.
Think about it.
Speaking of Joe Biden.
I know.
Speaking of Joe Biden, it's almost like Tony knows where I'm going next. Trump addressed.
See, we're on the.
You are.
How do they do it? What do they do?
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength, Tony, which might be a good thing. Might also
My wife's a Philly girl.
might actually be a bad thing. Got 14.
Philly girl.
Joe Biden did everything in his power to abolish the American coal industry. Trump said this.
For 4 long years, Joe Biden and congressional Democrats tried to abolish the American coal industry. They did everything in their power while he was awake, which wasn't much, shutting down dozens of coal plants, banning coal leases on federal lands, and putting thousands and thousands of coal miners out of work, destroying their lives, actually, destroying their lives. I'll never.
The green news scam. Oh, I tell you what, though, the hell with the actual substance of the clip. The fact that he just dunks on everybody every chance he
Dude,
gets.
I love that he never laughs at his own jokes, which makes it even funnier.
Well, no, because most people usually laugh for him.
He never.
right?
He never gets high on his own supply. He gives jokes, and it's just stone cold, and it's so funny. Whereas Kamala was the opposite. She was very unfunny, and all she could do was laugh.
Yeah. She in the wrestling industry, Nick will get this. Trump does a good job of no selling, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. He very rarely breaks character.
Yeah. You know wrestling, right? Right, Anna?
I do.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah. Tangentially, I do. Unfortunately.
Well, the Tampa Bay area, a lot of wrestlers live in Southwest Florida. Yes.
Yeah. I've heard about that. Some of them had sex tapes. Were you on the show when the Hogan sex tape thing broke?
No. I may as well have been because I heard about it every day for 4 years, even though it happened 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it was treated like it happened yesterday. Yeah. Every day was the same story.
For those who don't know, that don't listen every single second of the day, Anna Hummel was doing radio with was officially called the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yeah, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were a part of that program.
With the sponge. Yeah.
That's called what? Hot Talk?
Hot Talk, Wild West Radio.
Yeah.
Listen, when it was fun, it was really fun.
When radio was good.
But when it wasn't fun, it was really unfun.
So it was like a volatile marriage.
Yeah, it was, very
it's like OJ
toxic.
and Nicole.
Yeah,
Except without the
I
murder.
still got my head on
my
shoulders.
Bubba didn't decapitate you,
yeah,
allegedly.
No, it was just metaphorically, but not.
Nick, he was found not guilty.
Okay, Chief.
Anna doesn't probably remember this, but I was on in the Tampa market for decades, whether it was Fox, ESPN, Sporting News, and I would always go to Tampa and spend weeks there. And I loved the Tampa Bay area. But they had the MJ BJ morning show. I mean, there were so many great morning radio shows. And now the sports station. Yeah, and now the sports station, WDAE, is making a comeback. They dumped sports entirely, and now they're going to go local because people are complaining that all they play is the national shows. Like, they're complaining about Colin Cowherd and Dan Patrick, which are basically the same shows. They just talk about the Lakers, and they just talk about the Dodgers, things that don't appeal to the locals. And by the way, as you know, Florida doesn't have a lot of diehards when it comes to Tampa Bay Rays fans.
Right.
The Bucks fans are excited now because they're good. Exactly.
Yeah. And then you have brand managers like Stocker who say, you know what, Sean Hannity, take a hike.
Yeah.
Mark Levin, get out.
Imagine that going local. It's such a revelation. I bring it. Trump spent some time talking about the tariffs. This statement he said is how much money they're taking in because of tariffs. Roll this.
For those of you that want to know the tariffs, you've been hearing about tariffs. We're taking in almost $2 billion a day in tariffs. $2 billion a day, and we're doing very well.
$2 billion a day?
A little less than I make.
And we're doing very well.
That could buy some. That could get.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go
ahead.
No,
go ahead.
No, go.
We've heard enough of Trump.
Yeah.
I want you.
No, I never hear enough of Trump. I've heard this 15 times, and I still want to hear it and hear it and hear it. I forgot what I was going to say now about
I don't
even know what.
That's fine. I was going to say, you think about this with tariffs, you think about Doge, you think about energy, all ways to bring in revenue, lower the cost for everyday Americans. I think the ultimate end goal, and I'll be that guy again.
Uh-oh.
I would love to see it. I don't think it's going to happen. The abolishing of the income tax. I mean, if they got rid of federal income tax and Uncle Sam's not taking 20, 25, 33, 40% of our money, can you imagine what a game changer that would be for all of us?
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever see it. But
I want tax on
great.
Social Security removed, tax on tips, tax on. And Governor DeSantis here is talking about lowering the sales tax because we still have sales tax. And that's high for a lot of people on fixed incomes. So if he lowers the sales tax, I don't know if he's going to get rid of property taxes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they fund the roads, which we fixed down here on like a lot of other states.
Yeah. But can you imagine, I mean, Democrats in the media freaking out over tariffs. Can you imagine how dumb they're going to look? Because they will protest this.
Yep.
They will provide resistance. Can you imagine anybody, Jake Tapper or AOC or Jasmine Crockett, objecting to the fact of the abolishing of federal income tax? Because they too would not have to pay federal income tax, yet they'll cause a stink and create a ruckus over it because it's Trump.
Can you describe the ruckus, sir?
A loud ruckus.
This is Cut 11. Yesterday, Caroline Leavitt
She's a rock star, by the way. Absolute rock star.
Yeah. Brought up the same points that I think, Kayal, you brought up on the Big Take yesterday about Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer used to love tariffs.
I think the White House listens to the program.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
No doubt about it.
Of course they do. Roll it.
In June of 1996,
Uh-oh.
Nancy Pelosi spoke on the House floor. She urged her colleagues at the time to fight against the status quo trade policies that had contributed to America's trade deficit with China. In fact, Nancy Pelosi said, "How far does China have to go? How much more repression? How big a trade deficit? How many jobs have to be lost for the American workers? How much dangerous proliferation has to exist before members of this House of Representatives will say, 'I will not endorse the status quo'?" Those are the words of Nancy Pelosi in 1996. Well, President Trump is finally answering her call 27 years later. Nancy Pelosi can thank President Trump today for the 104% retaliatory tariff that will be going into effect on China. In 2007, Chuck Schumer spoke of our nation's crippling trade deficit, saying these are the kinds of records the American people don't want us to be breaking. The administration needs to move beyond words, take action now to reverse a trend that threatens our prospects for future economic growth. And Chuck Schumer said that in 2007. Finally, in 2025.
Don't worry, I covered it all for you, Caroline, in the Big Take yesterday. You could have just played the clips instead of
By the
reading
way,
the transcript.
Is she reading that from a binder like the other chick who didn't know where to turn whenever she was asked a question?
Oh, that would be the original Corinne Jean-Pierre.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Yeah, she never got into anything. That was the problem.
This is Cut 10. She also provided clarification on the timeline for trade negotiations with foreign nations. Roll this.
The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, warned that some of these negotiations might take up to months, that we could be doing this through April, May, and into June. And then you had Kevin Hassett say it's going to take a lot for the president to put his signature on the line because he wants to make sure there's a good deal for America. Is the president operating on any sort of a timeline or deadline where he wants this completed by?
Well, we always move at Trump speed here at the White House, which is incredibly fast. I know you all know that from covering this White House day to day. The president likes to get things done, but he's very much focused on ensuring that these deals are good for the American worker, they are good for American manufacturing, and again, that they tackle these crippling deficits with these countries. All options are on the table for each country, but again, these are going to be tailor-made deals. They are not going to be off-the-rack deals, as the president has called it, and he has directed his entire trade team to be part of this effort. So that includes Secretary Bessent and our National Economic Director, Kevin Hassett. It also includes Secretary Lutnick, Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, Jamison Greer, who was on the Hill today. Everybody who was involved in this incredible, fair, reciprocal trade agenda will continue to be involved in negotiating these.
Basically, if you want off-the-rack deals, go to TJ Maxx. You're not getting them here.
Exactly right.
I do love the fact that...
Well, you get the max for the minimum.
Yeah,
you get the max for the minimum. TJ Maxx.
Yeah.
You think she's better or worse than Sean Spicer?
I think she is
I'm kidding.
way
Obviously.
better. Yeah.
I mean, Sean Spicer was eating gum. Remember, he was like swallowing gum.
Yeah. There have been a few that have been like, I know Dawn loves what's her nuts,
Sarah Huckabee. She's probably my favorite.
Yeah. The other one was great too.
Kaylee McEnany. Yeah, she's good.
From
Tampa, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't love that job because I feel like no matter who the administration is, and I know everybody on the YouTube chat is going to come after me for this because I'm, going after their hero. But like, whatever the job whoever the president is, your job is to lie for the president.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Protect the president.
It's a PR. It's a PR job.
It's a PR job where you're saying there, everything's wonderful. Everything's wonderful. Don't look over here. Don't look over here. Everything's wonderful.
We have John Brazier in here every 2-3 times a year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you think John Brazier's going to come in here and badmouth the Phillies?
Well, the job is to spin for the president. So it's
Absolutely.
like when you say they're good at their job, they're good at spinning. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's all it is.
It's a skill.
But you have to have a thicker skin and a bigger backbone to do it for the Republican Party. Because of the cavalry of media members that you get hit with. She gets peppered with questions far more difficult than Psaki or the Binder did. Because most of the media that's gathered there is left-wing lapdogs.
Yeah, thank God for Peter Ducey, because he would give it to
Right.
her.
I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
Ducey, Jackie Heinrich, and whatever happened to our guy from Africa that was a big pain in the ass to the Democrats?
Simon Atiba?
Simon Where's he been? Where's he been?
Yeah, it's a good point.
He's going
I think
rogue.
he's down in Nigeria looking for his prince that owes him $6 million. I think he moved on to that grift.
He's been deported.
Oh, they hated him. He was a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
That means he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
All right. What else we got?
The Skinny story next.
Oh, yes. I forgot to tell you about that.
Yeah.
All right. Skinny story with video evidence.
Oh, my God.
Now,
really?
this didn't happen in America, but if it did, you know what the reaction would be.
And by the way, I wanna give kudos to Tony Bruno because we have Rick Scott discussing the garlic issue. And
that's a big deal.
Yeah, there's video evidence of that. We will play all of that on the other side.
Kayal and Company.
Facts only on this show.
Thank you very much.
This is not some far right-wing conspiracy show.
That's right.
By the way, this is the Don Stensler show.
Yes. Soon to be the Dom Time show.
Yeah.
Dom Giordano in the bullpen. He'll be in here next as well. Stay right there.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Ooh, What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company as we continue 10:23. Technically the Dawn show. Bonus overtime shift for Kayal and Company as Dawn is enjoying some ravioli, probably a little Cabernet, maybe a nice walk, a little gondola. All courtesy of Conservative Tours and some of our great listeners. As we continue.
And don't forget the Nero Diavolo, which, of course, Dom will be experiencing in Sicily when he goes back to Italy later this fall. I got to make that trip with Dom.
We should send
Sicily is where my family.
Bruno and company, sure.
We ought to send all the Italians here. Dom, Zioli, Bruno.
Wait a minute, there's not enough Italians on this station.
I know.
Tony, you know, down the hallway, sports, it was all Italian at one point.
Cataldi, Morganti, Bruno.
The morning show, we're all Italian. It started today off.
Unbelievable. We're going to get
to... I hear your commercials, Dom. I hear your commercials, and all those places that you talk about, I've been there. I have more living relatives in Sicily than I do here in the United States of America. So I haven't been there in a while, but I got to go back.
Okay, join us. That'd be great.
Beautiful. All right, so we're going to get to, Dom's going to be talking about a story that we were talking about in the early portions of the second hour with China, and we'll have some comments on that. But we're going to play you this video. So I told Dom about this during the break. A controversial restaurant offering up 20% skinny discounts if their customers can fit their bodies through varying spaces. Phil Almquist, if you can, we'll let the video do the talking.
I don't think you tried hard enough.
I told him oatmeal.
Is that your friend?
Yeah, I told him oatmeal.
Push him.
Never met him in my life.
You need some butter.
Butter.
Oh my God.
Some Crisco. Oh, God. Perhaps some
Have a good
vegetable
day.
oil.
Hold on, he's doing it.
Oh, he's
my
10%?
gosh.
10%?
What if he gets stuck? He's going to take the whole thing.
They get stuck?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
You're good for 5. She already said.
Is he good for
Said
5?
you're good looking. 5's good.
5, yeah.
These are pretty narrow. I gotta tell you.
What a great idea, by the way. This is a great idea.
Except in America, all snowflakes will lose their mind on TikTok.
Oh, totally. Actually, I think I've been to that place before.
Oh, really?
Where else have you been?
Yeah,
Vietnam, Thailand, Detroit, San Diego?
You could definitely fit
at least at 15%, I would
think. Through the 15%?
Yeah.
For those of you who can't get to YouTube, it's like bars, right? And you have to fit through. One says 20%, 15%, 5%, or full price.
I'll be paying full.
Yeah, they don't have snowflakes over in Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be careful out there
No,
for
is that
a
in
number
Thailand?
Yeah,
Is
you
that
got to
in
be
Thailand?
careful out there for a number of reasons, boys, because if you're looking for women, sometimes they're not that. So be careful. Be careful of the lady boys.
Yes.
Do you know some people who have been duped before?
Yep.
And while they didn't think it was very funny, I did.
Okay.
What's the story behind this, Kayal?
Thailand will give you, and there's a lot of people at the backlash on social media. I think that was via Instagram. People are losing their minds, saying it's fat phobic. It's all the stuff that you would hear from some fatso in Pennsylvania on TikTok crying about their weight.
But isn't there some place, maybe it's in Vegas, where if you weigh over like 350, you eat for free or something? The heart attack?
Yeah,
something.
heart attack
thing.
Yeah.
Is that in Vegas?
Yeah. I think there's one in Texas.
Maybe it's
where
Texas.
a guy actually did die, I believe. So there's that.
At the restaurant?
At the restaurant,
Hell
yes.
yeah.
Well,
Do you have to sign a waiver, though? I mean, you don't want to be held liable if you're the restaurant.
So we do it opposite here. We reward being a grotesque beast.
Yes. Make America like Thailand.
By the way, I want to put a bow on this. Tony brought this up earlier, and Dom, you can weigh in on this. So Rick Scott released a video because garlic now is made in China, or grown in China.
Right.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
All right, roll this video.
Is garlic dangerous? Well, maybe. You see, Communist China produces the majority of the world's garlic. But what Communist China doesn't tell you is exactly how they're producing it. Now, we already know that Communist China doesn't play by our rules or have Americans' best interest in mind. Communist China has a proven track record of producing unsafe goods. We can't trust its food to be safe for our families. This is especially true for garlic grown in Communist China. There are reports that China lied on alleged disgusting practices that Communist China uses to grow garlic.
What's it grown in?
Then export it to the United States.
Poop.
Reports indicate that Chinese garlic is grown using raw sewage.
Amen.
Yep.
Possibly including human feces.
Picante. Little extra garlic.
The garlic is then bleached to make it appear whiter and cleaner to the eye after its growth in unsanitary conditions.
Well, what's worse,
It's also processed.
raw sewage or all the preservatives that aisle 7 has for all of our foods in America? I don't know the answer to that.
Get Robert Kennedy Jr. on this.
Yeah, Bobby will tell us what's good, what's bad.
So is this going to stop people from buying garlic or checking the label? I guess, right?
I would say check. Yeah, I don't want to be.
You were a rower getting ready for a nice dinner at home.
Right.
You're gonna go to the produce aisle. Are you a little concerned about your garlic?
Well, anything from Communist China. Yeah. Up and down the line. I know that takes in a lot of stuff.
Let me see the tag on your shirt.
Yeah, I didn't think. That's true. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
we'll have that on YouTube.
Where's your shirt made? By the way, Nick, I know you're dying to get out of here, but we have to actually take another break.
Oh no!
We'll find out. We'll find out what Dom has up on the other side.
All right. Stay tuned, Kayal and Company. Bonus edition with Dawn Stensland Show. Technically, Dom is next. Stay right there.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom time is moments away, and one of the stories that he will be talking about is a story that we spoke about earlier in the late 6 o'clock, early 7 o'clock hour, and that was the video which he will be playing coming up shortly with China via artificial intelligence on TikTok mocking Americans in manufacturing. And I said on the air earlier this morning, and I mentioned it to Dom just now as we were talking off the air, first, we have Mexico mocking us for our trank issue in Kensington, and now we have China mocking us. Dom, we are the punching bag of other big nations in spoof form.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this, if the Trump people are going to use this to rally people around China now when they give up the idea of making iPhones here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the Super Bowl, China. This other stuff will fade away, but this is going to go on big time. And I think any person, Nick, legitimately says, I'm glad Trump's there now. This has been coming for 40 or 50 years.
Yep, and it's coming to a head now. You talked to two big ones. I mean, this is 2 1 seeds reaching the national championship, and it's going down to the wire.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So we have Gordon Chang on today, who we talked about. He is the guy inside China. But today, too, the story just came out. The Trump people put it out. They had the worldwide military athletes game in Wuhan, and all these people got sick, and it was covered up.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's COVID. And this was well before we knew about COVID. It was like a mile away from the lab there.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, this is the threat. This is the real stuff. If Trump can step up on this, this will be an historic presidency.
Yep.
What did you think of the video? Like, I know you're going to get into it, but what did you think of the video?
I think
it's
not wrong.
I think, you know what?
Yeah.
I would say this, Greg. You know what? The Chinese are much better at parody. The Russians, it's brutal.
Yeah.
When Trump ran the first time, they said we're going to have minors, and they misspelled it, walking down to Marconi Plaza to protest Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
They were bad. The Chinese are pretty skilled.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're paying Americans or what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
These are pretty good parodies. And the Mexicans are great, showing Kensington.
The SNL in Italy is better than the SNL in America.
Tony, did you see the video? The parody video?
Oh, yeah. The fat shaming?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fat shaming.
All right, Bruno, we're going to get out of here. Dom's up next. Thank you so much. We'll have you again on Friday, I believe.
Woohoo!
Right?
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you.
Tony
I don't know,
Bruno.
as Joe Biden once said, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed right now.
That's right. and then he would say something like this.
All right. God save the Queen, man.
Exactly.
Man,
My God.
Bruno Friday, Sean Farish tomorrow on a great work. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you again tomorrow. Dom is up next. Keep it right here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar,